region of Ghana, a village called Ajan, which is situated on the coast of Axim and very close to Lomun Beach Resort. Good morning! Good morning! Good morning.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
let me welcome you all to the 102nd press briefing of the Monetary Policy Committee and the Faith for the year. The MPC met last week to deliberate on recent global and domestic macroeconomic conditions and to assess risks to the inflation and growth outlook. Below is a summary of the developments and key considerations that the committee took into account in arriving at its decision. Since the last MPC meeting in July 2021, the global economic recovery has continued, notwithstanding the spread of the COVID-19 Delta variant and production constraints stemming from supply chain bottlenecks arising from the pandemic. The International Monetary Fund projects global growth of 6% in 2021 and around 4.9% in 2022, supported by policy measures and vaccination programs which have allowed the removal of restrictions and reopening of more economies. Although the global economic outlook points to a rebound in 2021, these forecasts are subject to the evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic, including the spread of the emerging variants of the virus and the pace of vaccination campaigns around the world and continued policy support. Global financial conditions have broadly remained supportive of the recovery process, largely due to the continued accommodative stance of major central banks. Policy rates in major advanced economies are expected to remain low, despite emerging inflation pressures and stronger growth rebound. Yields on longer-dated bonds have declined in recent months amid concerns about the potential impact of the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus on the global economic recovery, while sovereign spreads in emerging markets and developing economies have remained relatively compressed. The U.S. Federal Reserve has now provided more clarity on the timing of scaling back its asset purchase program, indicating that it is likely to begin in November 2021 and complete the process by mid-2022. However, previous uncertainties associated with the timing of the tapering of asset purchase programs by the U.S. Fed and other central banks in the advanced economies have weighed on equity prices and capital flows to emerging markets and developing economies, exerting some downward pressure on local currencies. Global price developments data show a sharp rise in headline inflation above target in several advanced and emerging market economies on account of higher energy prices, disruptions to supply chains, and increased aggregate demand pressures as economies reopen alongside supply-side constraints. There is, however, the general assessment that headline inflation will revert to target over the medium term, supported by continued slack in labor market conditions and restraint in wage growth. These developments, the recovery in global growth conditions, the tightening of global financing conditions, and rising global inflation trends are likely to have spillover effects on the Ghanaian economy, mainly through their potential impacts on trade, portfolio flows, financing, and exchange rate developments. On the domestic economy, developments continue to point to sustained recovery in economic activity following the downturn at the peak of the pandemic. The latest data from the Ghana Statistical Service indicate a stronger pickup in the annual GDP growth to 3.9% in the second quarter of 2021 from the 3.1% recorded in the first quarter and a 5.7% contraction recorded in the same period of 2020. Non-oil GDP for the same period grew by 5.2%, compared with a contraction of 5.8% recorded for the same period in 2020. The stronger growth performance in the second quarter reflects the sharp rebound experienced in the cocoa subsector, which grew by 27.6%, supported by equally stronger growth of 18.7% in hotels and restaurants, 13.8% in real estate, and 10.7% in trade. This stronger performance was, however, moderated by a contraction of 18.9% in the mining and quarrying subsector on account of a 10.8% contraction in the production of oil and gas. The bank's update of the Composite Index of Economic Activity for July 2021 reflected continued recovery in domestic economic activity. The real CIEA recorded a 20% year-on-year growth in July 2021 compared with 20.2% in June 2021 and a 3.9% growth in July 2020. The growth in the indicators were somewhat broad-based, with port activity, imports, domestic VAT, and air passenger arrivals accounting for the increase. The Ghana Purchasing Managers Index fell in August 2021, mainly on the back of rising input costs. The decline in the Purchasing Managers Index was consistent with the results of the bank's latest confidence surveys conducted in August 2021, and which indicated some softening of business sentiments. The survey results reveal the inability of businesses to meet their short-term company targets, driven by high input costs, unavailability of raw materials, weak consumer demand, and rising labor costs. Consumer confidence, on the other hand, improved, reflecting optimism about current and future economic conditions. The pace of growth in total liquidity moderated in August 2021. Broad money supply, that is M2+, increased on a year-on-year basis by 20.2% in August 2021, compared with 24.8% growth recorded in August 2020. The slower growth was due to a contraction in the net foreign assets of the banking sector. Reserve money, on the other hand, increased significantly by 36.7%, compared with 20.2% over the same comparative period, largely reflecting the net build-up in the bank's foreign reserves, higher cocoa purchases than anticipated, and continued implementation of COVID-related policy measures. The banking sector remains strong and well capitalized, with stronger growth in total assets, investments, and deposits. Total assets increased by 16.7% to 166.4 billion Ghana cedis as at the end of August 2021, driven mainly by a 28% year-on-year growth in investments to 80.3 billion Ghana cedis. Growth in gross advances rose by 8.7% as at August 2021 from the end June position of 5.7%. Strong liquidity flows during the period resulted in a 21.8% annual growth in total deposits to 111.6 billion Ghana cedis. Financial soundness indicators have remained strong over the period. The industry's capital adequacy ratio was 20.7% at the end of August 2021, well above the regulatory minimum threshold of 11.5%. Core liquid assets to short-term liabilities was 24.7% in August 2021 compared with 29% a year ago. Over the same period, net interest income grew by 17.9% to 8.3 billion Ghana cedis, marginally lower than the 18.7% growth a year ago. Net fees and commissions grew strongly by 21.8% to 1.85 billion Ghana cedis, higher than the growth of 8.9% for the same period last year, reflecting the continued recovery in trade finance related and other ancillary businesses of banks. Total operating income rose by 15.7%, marginally below the corresponding growth of 17% last year. Cost control measures within the banking sector continue to support profit performance, with operating costs increasing by 9%, lower than the 12.1% increase recorded for the same period in 2020. Loan loss provisions also increased by 5.3% compared with 29.5% growth a year ago. Profit before tax accordingly increased by 27.4% to 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, higher than the growth of 19.2% a year ago. Private sector credit growth has not fully recovered to the pre-pandemic levels due to lingering supply-side risk aversion from the shock of the pandemic, as well as slower than expected growth in demand for loans that are backed by bankable projects. Annual nominal growth in private sector credit slowed to 9.5% in August 2021 compared with 14.3% in the corresponding period of 2020. Similarly, real private sector credit contracted marginally by 0.1% compared to a growth of 3.4% recorded over the same period last year. New loans and advances by banks totaled 21.6 billion Ghana cedis in the year to August 2021, marginally above the 20.7 billion Ghana cedis for the same period in 2020. The non-performing loans ratio increased from 15.5% in August 2020 to 17.3% in August 2021, reflecting in part the general pandemic-induced repayment challenges, as well as some bank-specific loan recovery challenges. The latest stress test conducted on the banking sector shows that banks remain resilient under mild to moderate stress conditions, supported by the strong capital and liquidity buffers and the regulatory reliefs introduced during the pandemic. In addition, results from the latest credit condition survey point to a potential increase in demand for credit over the next 2 months. Commercial banks have also indicated a likely softening of their credit stance to households and firms in the coming months, a development that may translate into higher credit growth to support the ongoing recovery process. The specialized deposit-taking institutions and non-bank subsectors continue to reflect gains after the cleanup process. In July 2021, the balance sheet of the savings and loans, finance houses, rural and community banks, and microfinance institutions improved compared with July 2020. This was driven by a strong growth of 27% in deposits relative to 15.7% growth in July 2020. And gross advances also increased by 17.3% compared with a contraction of 19.3% over the same comparative period. Price developments indicate an increase in the general price level during the third quarter of 2021. Two readings since the last MPC meeting showed significant increase in headline inflation from 7.8% in June 2021 to 9% in July and further up to 9.7% in August, closer to the upper limit of the medium-term target band. The upward trajectory of inflation was mainly driven by a surge in food prices over the period. Food inflation increased from 7.3% in June to 9.5% in July and then to 10.6% in August 2021. Non-food inflation also rose marginally from 8.2% to 8.6% and then 8.7% over the same comparative months. The above trends are beginning to reflect in underlying inflation as all the bank's core measures of inflation increase over the period. The core inflation measure, which excludes energy and utility, increased from 7.5% in June 2021 to 8.9% in July, and then to 9.5% in August. The weighted inflation expectations index also picked up in July 2021, reflecting higher inflation expectations by businesses, consumers, and the financial sector. Provisional data on the budget execution for the period January to July 2021 indicated an overall broad cash fiscal deficit of 6.1% of GDP against the target of 5.7% of GDP. This was due to higher revenue shortfalls. The corresponding primary balance was a deficit of 1.9% of GDP compared to the target deficit of 1.3% of GDP. Over the period, total revenue and grants amounted to 34.3 billion Ghana cedis, that is 7.8% of GDP, below the projected 38.8 billion Ghana cedis, 8.8% of GDP. Total expenditures and arrears clearance amounted to 61.1 billion Ghana cedis, that is 13.9% of GDP, which was below the program target of 63.8 billion Ghana cedis, that is 14.5% of GDP. These developments impacted the stock of public debt, which increased to 76.4% of GDP at 335.9 billion Ghana cedis at the end of July 2021, compared with 76% of GDP, that is 291.6 billion Ghana cedis at the end of December 2020. Of the total debt stock, domestic debt was 173.4 billion Ghana cedis, while the external debt was 162.5 billion Ghana cedis. Money market interest rates continued on a downward path across the yield curve. The 91-day and 182-day Treasury bill rates declined to 12.5% and 13.3% respectively in August 2021, from 14% and 14.1% respectively in August 2020. Similarly, the rate on the 364-day instrument decreased marginally to 16.2% from 16.9% over the same comparative period. Except for rates on the 15-year and 20-year bonds, which remained unchanged at 19.8% and 20.2% respectively, rates on all other medium to longer term instruments generally declined. The weighted average interbank rate declined to 12.6% from 13.6%, largely reflecting improved liquidity conditions on the interbank market, which had transmitted to lending rates. Consequently, average lending rates of banks declined marginally to 12.5% in August 2021 from 21.4% recorded in the same period of 2020, consistent with developments in the interbank market. International prices of the three major export commodities reflected mixed trends in the year to August 2021. Crude oil prices have remained bullish on account of OPEC Plus production cuts, which has led to steady draws on global oil inventories. The average price of crude oil went up by 40.4% on a year-to-date basis to $70.5 per barrel in August 2021. Gold prices declined by 3.9% to average $1,789.6 per fine ounce in August 2021 due to pressure from the strong US dollar. The average price of cocoa also decreased marginally by 1% to trade at $2,555.9 per ton due to ample supply from major cocoa producers. These price developments, together with production changes, impacted the trade account over the first 8 months of the year. Total export receipts increased by 2.4% on a year-on-year basis to $9.9 billion, supported by higher realized prices from gold, which was up by 6.2%, cocoa up by 4.2%, and crude oil prices, which was up by 58.1%. However, the impacts were moderated by a sharp decline in the volume of gold and crude oil exports by 20.9% and 20.1% on a year-on-year basis, respectively, despite the 23.9% growth in volumes of cocoa bean exports. Total imports, on the other hand, increased by 8.6% to $8.9 billion US. This was driven mainly by a 58.5% increase in the value of refined petroleum product imports, arising from increased demand as the economy returned to normalcy from last year's lockdown. The higher import bill relative to export receipts resulted in a lower trade surplus of $874.8 million US in the year to August 2021, compared with a surplus of $1.4 billion US recorded in the same period of 2020. Gross international reserves stood at $11.4 billion US, equivalent to 5.2 months of import cover at the end of August 2021. The strong reserves buildup over the review period provided some buffer to the local currency, which came under some demand pressures from commerce, manufacturing, and energy sectors as economic activity picked up in the third quarter. Cumulatively, available data as at September 22, 2021, shows that the Ghana cedi recorded a depreciation of 1.8% against the US dollar, compared with a depreciation of 3% for the same period of 2020. The Ghana cedi also depreciated by 1.6% against the pound sterling, but appreciated by 2.7% against the euro over the same period. Summary and outlook. The committee noted that the recovery in global economic activity has continued, although unevenly spread across regions and countries, but uncertainties regarding the continued spread of the Delta variant of COVID-19 virus, variations in policy stimulus programs, and low access to vaccines in emerging markets and frontier economies may weaken near-term growth prospects. Global inflation pressures are expected to be strong in the near term. However, the factors driving headline inflation are judged to be temporary. There is still sizable spare capacity in the global economy, and the slackness in labor market conditions would restrain wage growth and prevent a significant and sustained pickup in underlying inflation. Inflation is expected to return to their targets over the medium term as the spare capacity is eroded. Global financing conditions remain generally supportive of the recovery process despite rising inflationary pressures. However, the strengthening of the US dollar, rising US inflation, rising long-term bond yields, and anticipated earlier than expected tapering of bond purchase programs by central banks in advanced economies have heightened uncertainties in the outlook. In some emerging and frontier economies, particularly those with high fiscal deficits and debt vulnerabilities, these developments have triggered capital flow reversals with associated currency pressures. On the domestic front, the committee was of the view that growth continues to recover from the impact of the pandemic. High-frequency economic indicators point to continued recovery in economic activity, even though below pre-pandemic levels. Although consumer confidence picked up, weakening business sentiments stemming from supply disruptions is adversely impacting input costs, driving down short-term company prospects. While credit to the private sector saw a marginal pickup, the trends remain below expectations, largely on account of pandemic-related risk aversion. The COVID-19-related macro-prudential measures put in place by the Bank of Ghana will be maintained for the time being to support full recovery in economic activity. The banking sector balance sheet performance remains strong, with sustained growth in total assets, investments, and deposits. Profitability levels remain high, with profit growth driven by increased income growth. Financial soundness indicators remain broadly sound, although credit risk appears elevated and needs to be carefully monitored. Bolstered by strong capital and liquidity buffers, banks are expected to withstand mild to moderate credit risk shocks emanating from deterioration in asset quality. Banks continue to increase their investments in high-yielding government securities to improve their earnings, while moderating their credit risk due to uncertainties in the business environment. The committee took note of the fact that the trend of increased domestic financing of the deficit, driven by high-yielding government paper held largely by banks, was crowding out credit to the private sector. The external payments position remained strong despite the decline in the trade surplus due to a stronger import growth and a widening current account deficit, which has been adequately financed with external inflows from portfolio and foreign direct investments. The Ghana cedi has performed strongly with a year-to-date depreciation of 1.8%. The country's higher sovereign spread has not shifted foreign investor behavior as net monthly purchases of securities on both the debt and equity markets remain favorable. In the outlook, rising interest rates in the advanced economies on account of tapering may pose some risk. However, the strong reserve buildup and foreign exchange inflows from the recent SDR allocation and the expected syndicated cocoa loan proceeds should help to cushion currency pressures in the near term. The latest data suggests that fiscal consolidation efforts appear to be on track, but with some inherent risks associated with wage settlements and energy sector payments amid low revenue mobilization. In addition, debt sustainability concerns remain, which warrants additional fiscal consolidation efforts, carefully balanced with sustainable growth strategies and efficient debt management strategies. The expectation on fiscal policy implementation in the remaining months of the year will be shaped by revenue collection efforts and strict alignment of expenditures with revenue inflows to ensure the attainment of the fiscal deficit target for the year. Inflation has risen sharply over the last two readings, driven mainly by sustained food price increases. Although food inflation has pushed overall inflation close to the upper limit of the band, core inflation remains relatively subdued. In the view of the committee, the increase in inflation is mainly due to food inflation, which is expected to abate with the onset of the harvest season. This notwithstanding, the latest forecasts indicate that inflation will remain within the medium target band, but closer to the upper limit in the near term, in the absence of further unexpected shocks. A close monitoring of the inflation situation is, however, warranted to respond swiftly to prevent potential second-round effects on headline inflation from the rising food inflation. The committee stands ready to respond appropriately as needed if this particular risk materializes. Given these considerations and the fairly balanced risks to inflation and growth in the outlook, the committee decided to keep the policy rate unchanged at 13.5%. Thank you very much.
From nowhere apparently, because the 3 point is way ahead of me, and Abigail and I decided to sleep here because it's no man's land, and I I think the view is breathtaking. You should come along, see what I'm seeing. The night with Pfizer. How was your night? It was nice. Yes, is this your first time camping? No. Oh, you've been doing it? Yeah. You're a pro at this. Hi, Abby girl. Hi. How was your night? It was good. So guys, this is the second time camping, and this time around, the camp tent was very spacious for us, and Pfizer was here last night. How was your night? Was good. Are you used to the sound of the breeze, the sound, the beat, the sea? But I never get used to it. I still love it. So guys, yeah, this is the update this morning. We are going to just chill, and we have some snacks here. So we just have some snacks. Oh, do we have some snacks? For breakfast. Yeah, we'll go for breakfast at Escape 3. Yeah, Escape 3 points. Escape 3 points. Yeah. I explored the place and moved to the next. So yeah, it was a good time. It was a good night. I enjoyed it. She was scared in the beginning, don't mind it. I know, right? Some insects. So there were these little insects that keeps like flying around yesterday because we were using a torchlight to set the tent. It was annoying, but I was like, the thing was biting my back like. But yeah, it's been fun. It was a good night. I really had a good night, and it's good waking up to sunrise. Guys, we found this beautiful beach. Look at this. This is so beautiful, and it's raining. I don't know why in September of all days, it's been raining since we came here last night. In fact, since Friday, it's been raining. I don't know where from the rain. Woo! So because it's raining, I have to protect my drone. So yeah, this is the view. Yeah. Look at the pebbles found here. This is so beautiful. Like each rock is so unique. Wow, this is so beautiful. So guys, we are currently going to have breakfast at Cape 3 Point, and this is where we laid our tent last night. After swimming, it's time for breakfast. This side is it has been abandoned by people, even though I know they are already owners of the land. It's free to use. You don't have to pay for putting your tent there. It's not as scary. When I came, Abigail said that here is very safe. When you leave your things, even for 2 days, nobody will come for it. So in terms of safety, I mean, we've tried it, we've tested it, and it's safe. So we are going to have breakfast with our new friend we met. We camped with her, so we are going to have breakfast. Come along. How are you? So this is where we were last night. It was so dark, and Escape 3 Point organized an eco awareness festival for the entire weekend. So we had dinner on arrival. I had rice and plantain with fried octopus, which tasted really good. It cost me 32 Ghana cedis, which is equal to $6. So one thing about Cape 3 Point is this lodges. They are trying to say no to plastics, so they use plastics for everything. As you can see, they use plastic for the roof. They use plastic for everything here. You can see for kids to play around. You can also see they use plastic for the gym, which I'll take you there shortly. Yeah.
How about you?
Are you gymming?
Yeah, gym. They say this is the Tetsuo gym. I don't know whether the
Tetsuo gym.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
They meet after the gym.
Hello. Good morning. Dumbbells. This is made of plastic and sand, cement. I'm having bread, eggs, and tea. This cost me 32 cedis. And this is how the atmosphere looks like. Abigail, what are you having?
I'm having pancakes
with
orange juice.
How much did it cost you?
This 10 cedis and this 20, so 30 cedis.
30 cedis. So yeah, that's what I'm having for breakfast. And I like the fact that the cutlery is wooden, so no plastic here. So there's currently surfing competition going on, and everyone is here having fun. Hi darling, hi Fezia. So yeah, so far so good. We are just chilling. Thank God the sun is now out, so we're just chilling. We decided to leave. Now the sun is out, the skies are blue. I'm super excited. I hope you're enjoying this vlog so much, because I am. Let's come to this bed before we go. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching as much as I enjoyed being here. Yeah. And I'm still with Abigail. You should do well to subscribe to her YouTube channel too. Yeah, ask me why I'm carrying this. I have a very big backpack here, together with my handbag. In fact, my a small bag and hair. Yeah. So what happened is, because it was raining, some of our stuff is wet, especially the tent, so it's very heavy, and so the bag was too full to pick other things, and so that's the reason why we have it on our head. And don't worry, I'm so used to it, because I used to carry stuff when I was young. So until next time, oh my goodness, it's so difficult to walk. It's so difficult to walk on the sea. See sun. Until next time on my YouTube channel, I love you. Bye.
The Bank of Ghana Governor, Dr. Ernest Addison, on Monday, September 27th, disclosed that the 1 cedi and 2 cedi notes will soon be phased out. He explained that these smaller denominations come to the central bank weak, torn and soiled, to the extent that the money machine cannot process them. So these 1 cedi and 2 cedi notes will be replaced by their respective coins. What do Ghanaians make of this new development? Let's hear from them.
One city in the paper and the one because Obu coins no be mutoma respect ni shada amba I may be an abetra coins the boy say what to be chere person ka kan no then the person more coins ni dey ni nje sa oh da be be hwe so ye en me be keep yen sika afa I may be an akoyi coins akwa chere say all the coins na use untumi nko so no fa coins go gugu mu yes nti en the paper na sa
scan dey almost the same way. If he says our coins need the ton for cry and pet. Ukita na ira udi mo bia also on pet. It is almost almost as one city to paper in there, yeah, pet. If he say, Sika ya dia my udi shawu koto kuoma na ira, ukoto adia kwa na the bed 10 mo be also on pet. Ukita to 826 for all the man baso du kosua or say a very rent on pet. Eti paper no idea ya ni je ho. So on behwe na so one man no atena sedi a ye pe essence on be some the coins na e dey aba go coins nya dey be boa ye because enenyo obi a dey wasika o one cedi ya one Ghana ye no ana ye do to correction na the coins that dey kwakwatu mo beje konkron no obi ehun say wo kwe ukita one Ghana eti no ni nyina so be ha ye osofo obi won so no on pe coins onya possible mo fa coins ma eti esre abai no one cedi coin ni dey ye dey empe.
Oh, me who say yeah, better because yes, it can. A crowd, what the third year you see MP. Now ye fee, now titsi, now the solitary but a tare. The crowd be drawing will be a mempe, a good will be breed. It's a question, a dear, Yamir no creamy. Media may prefer say a better.
Say the ton from cry, you keep up pano and some no be tired near the assistant, no quaint to the bed and a crow and some. A better perform into people nigh. You are the buy your feeder that, and ya one day if you or the buy your feeder dance or the amount. Nay, so ya the assistant. And say, the ass can I if you, but don't make us won't you? People nanka say, quaint dear, and no lie. People none yet the two collection. Go are winning the affair. No, the aquato collection. Now, coins the better now the aquato boom say, what the aquato collection. And the people na a year mine.
Why because me I'm a wahe crano, mempe jeans ya, but a dozen on whom baby. And you come on me coins in Fana me the Ntino coins in India, Omon chalky answer. Na yen use paper na bese ebia omo omlebi wo ho se ebia se ukita paper no na wan hwesu ye na efi anasese ya ye be ye se ya eno de ye okay wo ho be coins in India emwa because coins ya sema amuken obi wo ha no wo 1 cedi coin okọ asore eno an obe use de akoto correction and at this time no offering bowls na aba no kra no dodo na aye grass enti sa 1 cedi coin 2 cedi coins na me de koto collection obeti na eto collection bowl no pe ebetimi apai offering bowl no 100 cedis ne 200 cedis note no eno no omu yin film no omu emma yenko back eti said de na ye use papers ne de bibia old ones na no na beboa because esi obi afa dropping 10 cedi 5 cedi obedru no amount 100 cedis note uni sisa oye den no asisa man na wose this kind of money pan enti no eho de ehia yen hwa akese no ne yen man sisa ne mram coins ne de amoaye
oh anya kura amunyi firmanye fa den na ama fa paper nbla tirisrim de makora na okoyira usku wo coins once tiri okoyira no osaba fie mo sa ye fofora ma
say no say because of say be say no entini ye be ye no coins ne dia na e be bo mine dia me I don't have problem but I say be ba ne say bia be ye sikadie asisan ye ne ade no mo hyeda pese e bi o mo ye sisan dia ene no so no me ne mo nya adwene by pass say e be ba ne say e be say ni ntini ye ma na ye coins dia I think say okay oh me I think say nye difference bia je dem say value no better aba from the same 2 cedis What you say? It's only 50 pesos and it's only 2 cedi. And she was saying about kind of saying coins now. I think difference behind the same 2 cedi now. And say at least well ni mwakume na okonya mfie na okwa to collection amanya ngopon dia. I think say you 2 cedi na nye sika bia say be we dey go to collection bia and on nti because of say paper na any o nti e be ma o nyame so aba for. I think say there is another money of 5 cedi or 10 cedi o betimi dey nti do no coins no so nyina yiska what you say o the coins to mo and no just say and so asore na aba for.
Anka ye say coins beba by said that na ye wona bi na omode sign account say 50 pesos ni 20 pesos na this is enye more. I think say it's okay. But say enye 1 cedi coin dey enye ade beboa bia beko asori so kwa obeko akoto collection so bia dey aka ofie no 1 cedi etu koi gentleman na wa pocket na wo koji atum clan enye ade I mean be she nkran did you ever say and then me 1 year aka ye coin dey menko papa there one gentle obi anim say yeah we dey oboro pa no dey atu oh baby I think say paper no be boy a check paper no say ye wo kwan bia be fa so ama na ye hard kakra am say omo amu ye mpanimfo omo nim say ye betimi aye no such a way a be den kakra ebi o wa be te say rubber form bi omo anu kra be den say small time e betimi asay anu mo be boa a chen say ye be sesa na ye de kwan na
Minya yendi sa 11 cedi ne sa what you say sa coins no mbesi sane de emboaye because the enti ameka say emboaye no un say Ghana no mpenyimfo no omunya di decision bi ba say omo pese omo nsisa sika no omutimi wia bi o nti nko omo maye na yen dan yen use sika ne sa what you say yen use yen di 11 cedis ne sa say coins na ebi wo system no ana ebi ni wo adenti no mbesa asesa coins ne bi mo amosha ende omo pese omo wia sika ne bi nti no pese omo twa foforo no what you say omo pese omo wia bi sisters we dey share say na oman no ayedi we business enko so bitimi kokotena kwan mo obepai musa yen tohwe ma no.
You've heard it all from some Ghanaians. While some disagree with the Bank of Ghana on phasing out the 1 cedi and 2 cedi notes from the system, others, on the other hand, agree with them. Ernestina Sawa Asante, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Recently in West Africa, that's Guinea, there was a coup d'etat and Guineans were rallying behind the coup makers because they were relieved. If I would say all of them, well, that wouldn't be true. But some Guineans we saw in the media were happy about the coup. And many Guineans are asking what's going to happen next to their country. And also looking at the issue in Guinea, so many experts have called on countries like Burkina Faso and even Ghana to tighten their security because anything like that could happen. There's also terrorism around the corner. Boko Haram is still active. Now we're going to discuss how the security threat in the region is affecting Ghana and the role Ghana can play in mitigating all these effects if they happen. Our guest is a security consultant and is an expert in the issue, and he's going to talk to us about this right after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest today is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. He is a security analyst, consultant, and also a social commentator. Welcome, Irbad.
Thank you so much for having me.
Were you surprised when the coup d'etat in Guinea happened?
No, the signs were quite clear. And for so long, we've come up with the idea that when you theorize how the 15 nations that make up the body of ECOWAS have transitioned since the independence struggles in the mid-50s and then early 60s, you realize that the Francophone faction of the group has not been able to wean itself of French subsistence. So the coups we've seen in recent times have all been Francophone coups. Guinea-Bissau in Mali back to back, and now we have Guinea-Conakry. Even though there are, various backs of challenges with the Anglophone bloc, the 5 Anglophone countries seem to be doing well. Ghana has transitioned a couple of times since the time of Rawlings. We've seen Olusegun Obasanjo lead Nigeria from '99 and then transitioning to Omar Yar'Adua. He died in office. Goodluck Jonathan, then Buhari came into the picture. In Liberia, and Johnson Sirleaf, handed over power peacefully to George Weah. In Sierra Leone, then the Gambia, even though with some checkered, history in the Gambia. So pretty much we need to, look at the Francophone, bloc. When the French people left, West Africa, they gave 2 options to the nations who were becoming independent at that time. It's either it was a half-baked independence, where you would be tied to the umbilical cords of Paris, or you would be on your own. So Guinea-Conakry chose the latter, and we are told the French took away virtually everything, including desks in offices, and then they ripped off rail lines in some instances, we were told. So that was how come Kwame Nkrumah had to intervene. He gave $10 million to his brother Sekou Touré, who was the first post-independence, leader for Guinea. That's how come he has a son called after and named after him.
So with all these interventions,
the French left a vacuum.
Yeah.
And these Francophone countries in West Africa have unfortunately not been able to fine-tune the role they need to play in a post-independent West Africa.
So with the vacuum the French have left in Francophone Africa, and also the setting up of all the regional bodies like ECOWAS, which is a mix of Francophone and Anglophone countries, wasn't there supposed to be a change? And what is the disconnect between the two?
Sadly, with my background in diplomacy and having worked as a rapporteur, I know how some of these things work out. You could have a regional bloc, do a meeting. It could be ECOWAS, ECAS for Central Africa, IGAD for Eastern Africa, and SADC for Southern Africa. Then there is a resolution you need to make. A communique has to be issued. Then every now and then, representatives of certain countries would excuse you and then go make calls outside. So people need validation from France before they take certain decisions. And for me, that's pretty bad. Look at the choice of currencies, the CFA. The CFA is just an extension of the French currency. The reserves, the central bank reserves of these Francophone countries are in France. So at what point can we come out clearly and say, you have to wake up and smell the coffee? If this regional bloc has to be truly independent, you need to sever your allegiance and ties to France in some instances. But sadly, we've not been able to get the courage we need for some of these countries to come out against France.
We'll talk more about the regional blocs, but with the expectation or non-surprise of the coup in Guinea, could we say that it is, is fair or is just to have the coup?
And let's be, fair to Alpha Condé. It's not like over the course of the 10 years he was leader, things went amiss completely. He was their president when Ebola struck, 2014, 2015. We saw the leadership he showed. And Ghana's former president played a role. He worked hand in hand with him. We set up the Ebola Response Center in Accra. Great job. He did his best in various, areas. He built 2 dams, one completely done. Many Guineans didn't have access to constant electricity before he came. And the other, dam will be commissioned pretty soon. In terms of infrastructure, a lot more needs to be done in the country. So it wasn't like it was all gloom and doom from day one in office to the last day he was toppled. He did some good things. But where Alpha Condé went wrong was when he made an attempt to amend the constitution for a 3rd term. And I see some hypocrisy on the side of ECOWAS. ECOWAS has pretty much become a firefighting regional bloc. When things are going wrong, they say, don't say anything. And that problem is inherent within the ECOWAS Charter. There are protocols within the Charter that dissuade poking your nose into the internal affairs of member states. So it's called the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states. So no matter how bad the decisions of a president are, you are supposed not to talk. You are supposed not to intervene. But when things go wrong, then they call on ECOWAS to intervene. So for me, that principle needs to be reviewed. You need not to be a magician to be told that there will be more coups in the sub-region. Because the things that Alpha Condé did to have warranted the coup are being done by other leaders. Fonya Sengbe of Togo, next door Togo, he has amended the constitution, he's doing a 3rd term. Alassane Ouattara, and the Ivorian situation is an enigma, is an irony. Alassane Ouattara was a creation of breaking the jinx of longevity in power. The French deployed soldiers to topple Laurent Gbagbo. Then you come, you do your 2 terms, you've amended the constitution for a 3rd term. And so I think the hands of ECOWAS are tied. You find people come up with a body of literature and research as ECOWAS outlived its usefulness. But if you don't arm ECOWAS with the tools to operate, then it becomes very difficult to preempt some of these things that have happened. So I wouldn't call the coup fair, but I think he has been a victim of circumstance. And Alpha Condé would have a legacy of a mixed bag of good days and bad days. But unfortunately, he will be remembered as a toppled leader in West Africa.
I know this isn't, or we can't compare the West African Regional Bloc, to the Eastern, or I mean, the ECAS that's in Southern Africa, where we see Rwanda going into Equatorial Guinea to help them with their issues there that they have, the rebels and all that. Do you think this is something ECOWAS could also add into their
These domestic manufacturing plants will be private sector led. Government will simply facilitate the establishment of private
powers and principalities.
The quality standards, then they will be procured and used in our country, and of course exported as well. In order to have a fully self-sufficient process, we must strengthen our research, discovery, and development in Ghana. And we have done a thorough analysis of our research institutions. We've done some work with our academia, and we are very confident that we have the capacity to take this forward. All this will mean nothing if we do not have a strong regulator. And we are very proud of our FDA. Some of you may have heard the Director General of the World Health Organization praising Ghana's FDA, which is at WHO maturity level 3, and is almost about to hit level 4 for some of the other items that it deals with. So one strong strategy that we have in our roadmap is to ensure that Ghana's FDA can do lot release of vaccines made in Ghana. And we are very confident that we have the tools, we have the capacity, and Mrs. Mimida, who's sitting beside me, is not here by chance. We are very confident that, sorry, can you go back one slide? We are very confident that once the FDA is strengthened, we'll be in a position to have vaccines that meet the regulatory standards worldwide, global, and also for Africa. How are we going to do all this? You've heard from the presidential advisor that the fulcrum, the platform for all this will be a national secretariat. The National Vaccine Institute will simply coordinate all the efforts to produce vaccines in Ghana, all the research and development that will be required, work with FDA for the regulatory control required, and enable the development and manufacture of vaccines in Ghana. This institute will not make vaccines. This institute will be a one-stop shop where anything to do with vaccine manufacturing will be discussed and facilitated and resourced. Next slide, please. So, to elaborate on some of the strategies, we've already mentioned the very critical partnerships to be required. One big question that we ask is, where is the money going to come from? And that's why that involvement is very important today. We are looking for partnerships to provide the funding. We're very happy that the German government has stepped up already, and most of the things we are doing currently are supported by the German government in partnership with the government of Ghana. We understand that clinical trials are very important when we are trying to access bulk or even products that have been licensed in other countries. And we know that technology transfer for even that will form the basis for fill finish is also a very critical negotiation. Intellectual property will be alongside all this. And what has come to be very famous is the offtake mechanism, the government assurance or guarantee to the private sector that products that meet the quality standards will be and procured and used in Ghana. All this will not be possible if we do not build the human resource base that is required for vaccine research and even for manufacture itself. And we therefore need to identify young biotechnologists, set up a program which will bring back home experts in the diaspora, people with the technical know-how, people with the financial acumen, those who know the market, who will help us to be able to develop and manufacture in Ghana. And all this, as I've already said, will be coordinated by the National Vaccine Institute. And we have several models in Ghana which are already working. My very good friend in the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, has worked closely with GIZ for the discussions that have brought us this far. And we think that the National Vaccine Institute will work like that to coordinate vaccine development and manufacture in Ghana. Now, what are the timelines that we have set out for this? You'll see this in the next couple of slides. But before we get there, some of the situation analysis that we've done. My own University of Ghana, the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. I've worked there for several years. And we do have the capacity. I can tell you that yesterday I gave a talk and I even told people about how we've been able to isolate the SARS-CoV-2 virus. We have been able to identify the Delta strain, and we're working with this strain. And you know that this is a critical ingredient when you're going to talk about vaccine development, and even for the post-market surveillance to determine whether the vaccines are effective or not. So this small step shows that we do have the capacity within the facilities in Ghana, Infectious Disease Center, to be able to do the research that is required to move vaccine forward. Colleagues in the media, and most of us have also heard about the ability of the West African Center for Cell Biology to determine the genomic sequence of the strains that are circulating in Ghana. Other institutions have also come forward with proposals, and we are very happy that these form the documentation that show us that we're on the right path for the establishment of vaccine research and development in Ghana. Whilst the committee has been working, we've received various proposals from Ghanaian institutions and agencies, and these have been very, very positive, showing the interest and level of activity within Ghana to set up vaccine manufacturing in Ghana. We have a new company called DEK Vaccines. We also have Atlantic Life Sciences. We also have Phytorica, just to mention a few, who have come forward with concrete, solid proposals seeking to establish vaccine manufacturing in Ghana. Now, I would like to remind some of you that the Ministry of Food and Agriculture has actually a history of making animal vaccines in Ghana. So when we talk about vaccine manufacturing in Ghana, this is not new. We actually have the experience and the history that way back in Pong Tamale, vaccines were made that were enabled us to manage and control some of the animal diseases. We also have a proposal from the Council for Scientific Research that is looking at vaccine manufacturing for our country. And all these have gone into the background analysis for the roadmap that we are discussing today. The University of Ghana has even provided an overview together with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And we are very happy that with these proposals, the committee now has at least sufficient information to advise Cabinet and the Presidency about the cost estimates required for research and development to support vaccine manufacturing in Ghana. Now, some foreign companies have also expressed strong interest to partner with our local companies. And we're just mentioning a few of them: Merck, Apiject, Romilag, Biopharmax. We also have the Pharmaceutical Sciences Group in the US. We also have Biomedical Labs, Amorphical Biotech, Belfarm, IDT Biological, and most recently, India-Africa Trade Council. We have even received, in the past couple of weeks, a lot more proposals, and the committee still has a lot of work to do to examine these proposals and advise government accordingly. Now, the next slide will show you the milestones that we have set. In order for the framework to move forward, we have to set some targets. And the short-term target for the first 2 years, we envisage the establishment of at least one domestic vaccine manufacturing plant for COVID-19, which is our immediate focus. And we hope that this will only be possible if this company is able to come up with a vaccine that meets WHO good manufacturing process. And of course, such a vaccine would have to be released by the FDA, which would have attained the necessary regulatory capacity to do this within the next 2 years. We also expect that at least 3 of our academic research institutions would have established functional R&D programs for vaccines, and some of them are on the track to do this. We think that for any of this to happen, we will need to have at least 2 financial partnerships funding mechanisms in place. And I should mention that a big step has been taken already with the allocation of $25 million by the government of Ghana, and this was approved by Parliament in the previous financial plan that was presented by the Ministry of Finance. So we are on track with funding to move forward with some of the short-term targets that we have set up. For vaccines to be made in Ghana, we will require technology transfer partnership, and at least one of them should be set up within the first 2 years. I think you're going too fast, so can you slow down and moving the slides, please? Another thing that we must have, which is very important, is to have the establishment of training programs for our human resource required to
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Program, we think that at least, a significant number of these, looking at the current technology and what we saw last week from our visit to Brussels at one of the key manufacturing industries, we think that this is possible. And of course, there's also, if you understand the license regime, intellectual property agreements and discussions that are going forward, we think that yes, within 10 years, some of our vaccines for our API program should be produced domestically. Of course, the FDA will by 10 years' time, be fully capable of regulating the domestic vaccine production, whether it's from R&D or to final fill-finished products. And then we will have, hopefully, from the research institutions, some vaccine candidates that will enable us to deal with outbreaks and pandemics. I must tell you that technology enables us now to sequence these pathogens quickly, and this information then can go into the experiments that will determine what is a suitable vaccine candidate. So I know from the work that we do in the National Influenza Center that Ghana has been providing antigens, that go into the WHO Global Influenza Surveillance Response System and actually make a significant contribution into the vaccine selection process for influenza vaccines. So when we say that we will have programs capable of producing vaccine candidates for outbreaks and pandemics, we know the data, we know the work we are doing, we know that this is indeed possible. Now, all this, therefore, will result in a self-sustaining ecosystem for domestic vaccine manufacturing. So this is not a dream. What I've outlined are various processes that come together in a doable roadmap for vaccine manufacturing in Ghana. And a couple of slides, especially this one, from the data that we have gathered from the interactions and the situation analysis, we think we need about $200 million, as a solid economic base for these activities. This money is not going to come from government. We think that a key strategy will be to find the money from the partnerships that, that are evolving, And the first thing is that we will earmark about $20 million for the establishment of the National Vaccine Institute, over the next couple of years. A building has already been identified, and there's a lot of work going on to ensure that this vaccine institute will go through cabinet approval, secure parliamentary approval, and then become a reality by the end of this year. And COVID tells us that we should not waste time. And therefore, I speak with vim and energy, and I hope this will translate into the process that will enable us to push this forward. And with the full backing of His Excellency the President, we should have a National Vaccine Institute established by the end of this year. Can you hold on, please? So what this will do is that this budget also covers the private sector. From the estimates that we've got, we think that they will need about $90 million to set up. They will have to find the money, and government is prepared to provide the assurances and guarantees for low-interest financing to make this possible. For R&D, from the proposal that we received, we think that we need about $65 million, going forward, to set up equipment, to get reagents, to put people in place to ensure that the R&D does go forward. FDA's modest budget is about $5 million, and we think this is small for the work that we expect the FDA to do, and we will look for more resources as much as we can to ensure that FDA is fully resourced to be able to regulate vaccines in Ghana. So we will continue to look for the multilateral and bilateral partnerships that will provide, training, funding, clinical trials that all go towards, licensing and intellectual property, agreements that will enable us to have vaccine manufacturing done. So you can see why we have a figure of 200 million for the vaccine activities in Ghana. And this is a proposed budget, is an estimate, and we'll have the experts, look at the details, crunch the numbers, and we hope that our colleagues at the GIPC will therefore work with the partners and find us the money so we can move forward with this plan. Now, the next slide shows you the actual proposed organogram of the National Vaccine Institute. In order to move this forward, we need the energy of the Office of the President. We need the dedication, and we need the power of the Office of the President. So initially, the National Vaccine Institute will be under the Office of the President. It will have a governing board, and it will have a chief executive, and there will be 4 sections: research and development, manufacturing, and industry, and then we will have human capital development and funding and partnerships. We hope that by the end of the stakeholder interactions, these 4 sections or 5 sections, either they would be expanded or they could be reduced, but we will have a workable structure that will actually enable us to have the Vaccine Institute work very effectively, and also harmonize and work closely with the other ministries and departments and agencies that will be involved in making vaccine manufacturing in Ghana. And of course, there will be a secretariat that will provide administrative and financial management for this institute. So to conclude, next slide, please. I think we've mentioned the significant support from the German government, and we will hopefully be concluding feasibility studies on the market analysis and also fill-finish technology used in Ghana, and also how it relates to the sub-region. And I must mention that we are also involved with the ECOWAS Vaccine Task Force. So we are part of what is happening in the sub-region. And Ghana is also a member of the Africa Union CDC vaccine manufacturing process. And we will have a solidarity statement from the Africa CDC as part of this interaction at the end. So this shows you that we are aware of what is happening on the continent, and we are part of the process, and this is not a standalone, activity, but this is something that is integrated into the sub-regional and continental efforts to make vaccines in Africa. We are very happy to hear that our local company has gone ahead and is making the necessary, arrangements to move forward. They've registered as a company, and the other companies are also pushing forward. You've already had the members of the committee described to you by Dr. Nsiansari, so this is just additional information for you. Honorable Minister for Information, I think I've given quite a good view, and we have the contacts of the chairman and myself, and we are ready to receive written submissions to enrich the process that we began. Thank you very much, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor William Ampofo, Secretary, Presidential Vaccine Committee. I could tell you missed lecturing in the lecture halls, the way you were going slide by slide. You missed lecturing. But we are happy to have with us on this virtual meeting and this Zoom call scores of stakeholders, some of whom have already indicated that they would like to make some comments. Virtually on the platform. The last meeting I moderated, when I said, you can raise your hand, somebody literally raised his hand on the video. So you have to do that virtually so that we can acknowledge you. But I'm giving indication of a few remarks that have already come through by commentary on the virtual platform. So I want to start reading through, and I think the rapporteurs will begin capturing some of these perspectives. Specifically available to support entrepreneurs who are considering vaccine manufacturing, as this is capital intensive. 2, the cost per kilowatt hour for industrial use of electricity in Ghana is about 5 times that of residential use. This is the exact opposite of countries that have grown their industrial base. For example, the cost to the US industry is half that of US residences, and it is down-rated with increased use. This is to support continued growth of the manufacturing industry. Electricity tariffs in Ghana do not support industrial growth. Is there not a basic need to look into these issues? From Dr. Paul Latte. So he raises 2 considerations that he even if we are not providing answers to here and now, he is of the view that the committee that is paving the way for the institute to commence its work should take note of these matters and have them considered as part of the policy responses. Komla Kluche from TV3 has his hand up. Komla, you'd have to switch on your camera so that like the FDA will validate every claim of a drug. I want to validate this claim that this is Komla Kluche. So switch on your camera. Like to see you, and then I'll give you an opportunity to make your comment or to raise your question. So I'm waiting for your camera to go up, and then I would invite you. While I'm doing that, I have James Holden. James Holden. So Komla, switch on your camera. I would like to see you, and then we would activate the microphone for you to go ahead. And while we do that, I'm going to take a comment sent to us by James Holden.
I need to just do that. I'm just finding a bit of a difficulty, but I'm trying to do it.
Okay, we'll stand by for you. We have time, don't worry. James Holden says, has the government formalized a roadmap? So I guess the roadmap is what we've shared with you. At least the draft of the roadmap as we have it now is what we've shared with you. And this engagement is going to help us enrich it. Is the roadmap available to be shared with this audience? That's what we've just done. But I guess the copy will also be put on our platforms, but you've just been taken through it. Timelines for execution, I'm sure you heard it's in 3 parts. There's the first 2 years, then there's year 3 in terms means being able to capture business from ECO, not just Ghana. What are the government's plans to do this, in particular from Nigeria, which has its own plans to achieve self-sufficiency? Then you go on to ask, what is the state of the government's discussion with vaccine intellectual property owners, such as Astra, to be able to obtain a license for manufacturing and distribution of COVID vaccines? And the final point you raise is, has the government larger population, which makes a sense for economies of scale, even if they are operating on their own? And then the other is intellectual property rights and licenses as at now. Dr. Danaja, that's what I see here. If your camera can go up, I'll be happy to take you. And also validate who we are speaking to. Since we are on multiple national platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I think on the ECOWAS issue, I did mention that there is an ECOWAS vaccine task force, And actually, from the 6th to the 12th of October, the West African health ministers having a meeting in Abidjan, and we'll be, of course, talking about the current efforts to establish a vaccine manufacturing in a sub-region and the policies plans and we will work together to ensure that the needs of the sub-region are taken into account.
Very well. Prof, let me halt you there. Let me go back to the Zoom platform. Kamala Kluche has got his camera up. Kamala, good morning. Now we can see you. So let's hear you.
Good morning, Coach. All right. Okay. So I think let me first start by saying that some big congratulations to all of us. At least we've come quite far in this. The first one as a consortium that is Dex, that's Dan Adams, NS Chemics, and then Kina Pharma, and a host of others. Have we decided on which of them is going to do this yet?
Are there any other questions or comments you have, Kamala?
Yes. So that will be informed by it because I am told I picked some indications of some members. For instance, there's this in which I would probably have to seek clarification from you on it, that one of the members who is a member of the committee that's he owns Dan Adams or so, his consortium has been given the off-taker agreement. Just would want to seek the clarity to that. If that is true, what were the processes that led to Dex being given the off-taker agreement?
Thank you, Kamala. I'll go back to the broader Zoom screen. So, Kamala, you can mute yourself now. Dr. Danaja, the name doesn't come fully here on the screen, but if you have a question or a comment, I'll need you to switch on your camera. Would like to see you, and then we'll take your question or your comment. While at that, let me just go back to the earlier presentation and do some clarification, and then I'll get a response. In the roadmap as presented, the committee is broken down the milestones into 3 parts. Within the first 2 years, the committee is looking or is hoping that we would have at least 1 plant manufacturing vaccines here in Ghana within the first 2 years. There's also a question about when does the clock start counting, by the way. Kamala's question is that there are suggestions or rumors that already somebody's been selected, and if it is true, have any processes been undertaken prior to this rumored selection? I'd like you to add that to the earlier issues that we were responding to before we took.
There's a short term, as you rightly said, at least one plant to produce or do a fill and finish. That's the low-hanging fruit of COVID-19 vaccines. Apart from that, there are about 13 different pathogens for EPI vaccines. So Ghana will look up for a lot
through a system. It is not, maybe I have to repeat here, Ghana government is not building a factory. Ghana government is working this through private sector, and government gives all the enabling environment for the private sector to work. So it's the private sector who is going to look for partners, look job very well, because it's a world-class food and drug authority. So the vaccines which will be produced in the country will be up to the standard of WHO. So Ghana government, because we want to have these things in Ghana, will give a guarantee. The off-taker agreement is normally done between the company, which will be DEC, or any other company which is coming, and government, and that is where the off-taker agreement to be signed. So as we speak now, there's no off-taker agreement. There is a guarantee for feasibility studies in Ghana and also the market demands in the West Africa sub-region. And as Professor Ampofo said, there's also harmonization of African Union to make sure that vaccines, government will look at it and give you the off-taker guarantee to deal with external partners. Thank you.
Mr. Dan, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the name. I mean, I think I'll go for the surname.
Fill and finish at Ningo Pram Pram. And we have reached to a very advanced level of the factory. And we are in talk with some of the companies who are currently doing some of the vaccines. And we have reached to the stage now where we have to get some kind of commitment from the government, because companies are saying that, international companies, that what kind of a commitment you have from the government before we can give you the license, before we can make any agreement. So I wanted, Honorable, that if we can get some kind of commitment from the committee so that we can speak to the international, the bulk supplier, so that they can assist us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tripathi, for your question. And for those who are watching us on television across the country, and those who are joining us online, this is a very transparent process we're going through, live as it unfolds before your very eyes. Let the committee respond. If there are other questions or comments, please give us an indication. Please switch on your camera so that we can do the necessary FDA approval and then take your question. Mimi, I'm sure I have your permission for that one.
partners are for bulk vaccine, and we're very happy to take this forward immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, if you are joining us on the IP matters have to be dealt with by the manufacturing companies themselves, or the state is going to get involved. I think we haven't provided an answer to that yet.
For improvement and advancement of manufacturing for pharmaceutical processes in Ghana. So there are already, units that are dealing with this issue of intellectual property, and all we have to do is to activate these units for the appropriate discussions to get the rights or licenses for the particular vaccines that these companies want.
Now, his question is, what steps is the committee or the institute going to take to prevent a suppression of local initiatives or homegrown vaccine manufacturing industry by the big multinational companies? A couple more. It's from David Anson, PhD MBA, and who also doubles in corporate finance. I don't know if any one of you took note of the technicalities in that question, or should I go over it again?
We just came back from Brussels, and we did visit a company called Universals. It was very, very
local vaccine initiatives. As we go through this,
which either we like it or not, we have to deal with big pharma, because we are just looking at the low-hanging fruits of fill and finish. Then moving forward to the medium term within the next 5 years, there's going to be a lot of technology transfer. In fact, our emphasis is on training, technology transfer, and also getting the finances and investment to set up our own. Government per se is not going to build factories, as I said. All what government is going to do is to use the National Vaccine Institute, which will be looking at technology transfer, will be working closely together with FDA, working together with Ghana Investment Promotion Council to make sure that we get which has come together of 3 of our most important pharmaceutical companies in the country. There are other companies like Fatorika and the rest who are all coming on board. And there are people who are also moving in to join pharmaceutical companies in Ghana. Years time, if there's any pandemic in this country or in the world, Ghana will be producing its own candidate vaccine. As Prof already said, that they can isolate. They have some isolates there which they can the vaccines also ready. And we are doing a lot of clinical trials in the country. So all these things come into, in addition to our FDA, which is moving very fast to maturity level 4. So we will be competing with the big pharma in the next 10 years. The next point about what will happen when there is a government change, or this, that's the reason why we have the roadmap. We've gone through a lot of stakeholder consultations. We are moving in a direction where this thing, the National Vaccine Institute, will be established by Act of Parliament, so that it is done as a country. We are going from here. We are going to also meet the Select Committee on Industry, Select Committee on Science, Select Committee on Health, and possibly the whole of Parliament in section, the bigger Parliament in section. The parliamentary leadership will also be met, and so far, from what the tidbits we are getting from all of them, it will be supported by both sides, and it's going to be something that is going to change the health of this country, as well as also the industrial drive that this country wants to go. And with this, what I see is that we are going to improve on the health of the country. We have security, not only of vaccines, but even biologicals. And then we create jobs and have direct foreign exchange into the country. So we've taken care of all these governance issues, and we want to make sure that before the end of this year, this will be institutionalized, and then we have it out of Parliament. Once we have it out of Parliament, it's a matter of just tweaking and changing a few things, and I think that's the way that we are going to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nsiasari, for those responses. I'm going to come back into the auditorium here and give our partners here an opportunity to also share their thoughts and their remarks. The German embassy is here. I'm not very good with German names, so I will pray you to introduce yourself, to all who are here and to the nation that is watching you. And then I'll invite GIZ. Africa CDC, I'm told, is also here with us. The GIPC has sent us a rep because of the FDI private sector interest we are looking at.
Cooperation with the German embassy, and it is my very pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much for the invitation. Honorable Minister, the Chair of the Presidential Committee, the distinguished members of the committee, and certainly other distinguished stakeholders. Again, I'm very pleased to be here and have this opportunity to take part in the discussion. Our governments, the German government and the government of Ghana, have long-standing, and let me highlight, excellent relations, including with regards to cooperation and supporting the development agenda of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, the coronavirus pandemic has brought to the forefront the important need for toward vaccine production in Ghana. Hence, it is my pleasure to state that during the recent government-to-government negotiations, which took place last week, to be exact, additional funding was committed. Additional several millions were committed manufacturing committee to realize establishment of a vaccine manufacturing plant to first fill and finish COVID-19 vaccines, but also other vaccines. And ultimately, as we heard before, build the also several times today. And to create jobs and to position, especially Ghana, as a hub for innovation in research and development in biotech, as well.
And I don't know if you want to make a separate statement or you just associate with, because I think it's the same government. So perhaps just a quick word from you. Maybe you would introduce yourself to us and a quick word from you, and then I'll move to the others.
Okay, thanks a lot. Minister for Information. Professor Frimpong Boateng. And for us as my colleague from the German embassy already mentioned, we are coming from the private sector development side, and we are looking at, in this sector, at a development that is not going this and pharmaceutical sector, and doing so, it's also in a context of an important topic of health. And for social development in Ghana.
For the team from the Africa Center for Disease Control is here, and if they are, I'll pass on the microphone to them for a quick comment shortly. They are online, the Africa Center for Disease Control. If you are online, again? Nikes in GIPC has already facilitated engagements and meetings with various agencies, including GIZ, for example, in holding a number of stakeholder workshops to understand and advance Ghana's aspirations to produce vaccines locally. Additionally, investors will be sought for the Vaccine Institute, which will coordinate and facilitate the vaccine value chain, from research and development through to production. That's a statement of commitment from the Ghana Investment Promotion.
The initiative of the government of Ghana actually vaccine manufacturing ecosystem. I have just few slide 5 to share with you so that you can know what is the continental strategy and how that fit into what you're currently doing. Professor William Ampofo is already one of the members of the Partnership for Africa Vaccine Manufacturing. Could you please enable me to share my screen so that we can, and then I'll go back to.
Because I think the camera is switched off from your end, so if you can switch on your camera.
Yes, Chair. I'm trying to share my screen. That and then. Hello, Chair.
I can hear you loud and clear. We're standing by for you.
Yeah, we have. I have 5 slides that I wanted to share with you and then the team.
Yes, so go ahead and share so that we can see your presentation.
It says all disabled, Mr. Chair. So maybe the IT, if you can enable me to share my screen. Just want to give you a kind of continental perspective, and we're really fully supportive of the Ghana Initiative for Vaccine Manufacturing. So let me just.
My understanding is that it's been activated from here in Accra, so you should be able to share from there. But if not, please speak to it. We will follow.
Okay. Good. So what I can say is that what we do at Africa CDC currently is to develop a continental strategy and what we call also framework for action for vaccine manufacturing. The good point here is to be able to really have a coordinated action, to be able to have a framework for action for the continent. So the vision of the African Union is really to ensure that we have timely access to vaccines to protect public health security, and by establishing sustainable vaccine development and manufacturing ecosystem. Ghana is already part of that by this launch of this stakeholders meeting. So the key point here, we do import 99% of our vaccines, only 1% produced locally. I think if Ghana actually stick to the plan and implementation of what has been presented today, that would enable us to meet our aspiration by 2040, which is to provide or to produce at least 60% of the vaccines on the continent. And this you have a strong political leverage from the African Union for that. We can facilitate. We've been able to even interact with some of the vaccine manufacturers in terms of IP transfer. We just returned from South Africa for the SA mRNA tech transfer training hubs. We wish one of those would be in West Africa, more likely in Ghana, with the maturity level 3 that we have achieved. The journey is really long, as I've said. It's a long-term journey, and Professor Ampofo really unpack it in terms of the short, medium, and long term. I'm not going to that, but by 2040, that's our target. 60% of the vaccines should be able to be produced locally. So what we have been able to achieve was we established what we call the PAVM, the Partnership for Africa Vaccine Manufacturing, where all the 55 member states have been invited, and with an agenda setting and coordinating role from the African Union. There are 6 regulatory work streams, 6 work streams. One of the regulatory strengthening, where we have the head of your NRA sitting into that regulatory. The market design and demand intelligence is very important, that we start thinking beyond Ghana in terms of productions and also in terms of how we can get beyond the local market. The access to finance, I'm pleased to inform you that we've secured money from Team Europe, over 1.3 million euro. We would like to see what is your budget. I've seen that. We would like to discuss and engage the government We also have funding from the MasterCard Foundation, over 1.3 billion to support other components and also vaccine manufacturing. So please, it's an appeal for the government to reach out to the AU so that we can work collectively to meet the Ghana aspiration of vaccine manufacturing. There's also a component on technology and IP transfer. I mentioned that already. And then the research and development, Professor Ampofo sit into that work stream. The infrastructure and development. As you can see, we're inclusive. We include all member states to be sure that they achieve their goals. So I'm not going to take too long just to inform you that there are several other front runners in terms of vaccine manufacturing. So as you can think collectively, as a continent, we have Egypt, Ethiopia, Senegal, South Africa, Tunisia, Algeria, and Ghana, Morocco, Nigeria, Rwanda, Uganda, Angola, Botswana, Kenya, Tanzania, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire. I'm providing that from the African Union so that you're aware in terms of the market landscape and design. And among those countries, only Ghana and Tanzania have achieved maturity level 3. I think you understand why also there's a strong interest from the African Union to work closely with Ghana. I think having said that, I'm going to pause here and then back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Nikes. And you made it snappy and straightforward. And you talk about Ghana's maturity level 3. And as Professor Ampofo mentions, we are hoping to even move to level 4 in the shortest possible time, which would also give us a robust framework within which we can assess and examine all the work that is being done and support all of these manufacturers. And that will take me later to the FDA boss herself to tell us what the FDA thinks about what is an acknowledgement of the work they are doing, but at the same time, what is also a challenge for the FDA to rise up to that level. So Mimi, I'll come to you. I just want to go to the WHO country office. Dr. Francis Kasolo is standing by. I'm told he's going to join us on the Zoom platform with their remarks of the World Health Organization. Francis, there you are. You're in your car, but we can hear you and we can see you as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and dear colleagues. Yes, I'm actually in Kumasi, but then this being a very important occasion in terms of vaccine manufacturing, I thought I should join in. I would like, first of all, on behalf of the World Health Organization, to congratulate the Ghana government and indeed His Excellency President Mr. Nana Akufo-Addo for moving towards setting up the vaccine manufacturing capacity at the time that the world is battling with the COVID pandemic. The COVID pandemic, as we all know, has disrupted health systems and ravaged economies, and it's also exposed the vulnerability of countries. Ghana and many countries have experienced several COVID waves, and it's now when rather than if we're going to have the next. Has been a major challenge, and noting that less than 2% of our targeted population on our continent have received at least one dose of the vaccine. Hello?
We can hear you, Francis. Go ahead.
Okay. We take note of the work of the committee appointed by His Excellency and are pleased that a 10-year roadmap has been developed. WHO is happy to support a team of experts who put together the national vaccine policy. And pivotal to the establishment of the vaccine manufacturing in Ghana is the role of the National Regulatory Authority, the Food and Drugs Authority. WHO plans to support the further strengthening of the regulatory system, which is already at maturity level 3, as we have heard. WHO would like to call on for the strengthening of collaboration amongst governments, academia, and the research institution, including, of course, the private sector. By working together, we can not only improve access to vaccines, but also save Ghanaian lives. In conclusion, WHO would like to pledge its continued support and commitment to ensuring that Ghana achieves a strong and resilient health system that meets the health needs of all people living within its borders, especially the poor and the vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Francis Kalsolo, who is country rep, WHO Ghana, and all the best in Kumasi. They have some lovely cuisines there, so Enjoy it while you're out
Thank
there
you.
in Kumasi. I'm going to come back here to the auditorium. And I want to quickly go to Delise Mimidakon, who is the Chief Executive of the Food and Drugs Authority. Level 3 maturity on the roadmap to level 4, which would give us a strong backbone in this exercise, but it's also a challenge to the FDA as well. How is the FDA receiving this, and how are you contemplating meeting this challenge?
Thank you very much. I'll use something else. Okay, so certain practices, what we call good manufacturing practices. Once you finish manufacturing, you also have to release the vaccine, and all that is also done by the regulatory agency. Even if you do fill and finish, even the bulk has to be licensed by the agency after when it comes in. Then when you finish manufacturing, when you are marketing, the way you store the vaccine in a cold chain is also regulated. We are not starting from scratch, and everyone has said in this meeting, the FDA is a maturity level 3 function. That means it is a well-stable agency in all its regulatory functions. But one, and in that one is the safety. The manufacturer as well as the regulatory agency. And currently, because we do not do vaccine manufacture, it is a function that we have not had to do. But as soon as we start doing that, we have to reach the level where we can actually do lot release for every batch of vaccine. So that is where we would require some strengthening. Our laboratory is currently ISO 17025 2017 accredited, and we are the largest scope in the whole of Africa. So it is a challenge to us, but it's not one that we cannot surmount. And we are well. Laboratory is also at the final stages of WHO certification or accreditation and pre-qualification, should I say. And hopefully, if it wasn't for COVID, we would have had that done by now. We're hoping that in the first quarter of next year, we will have that WHO pre-qualification for our laboratory. So with a bit of a push, we will get there. I'm not saying we should be, but we will get there to ensure that we can give the necessary support to vaccine manufacture in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe I have the permission of my boss, the president, to commit that that push will be given the Food and Drugs Authority so that you also step up to maturity level 4, because it will be a major pace setter on the continent, and it will help all these efforts that we're embarking upon. Professor Frimpong Boateng is the chair of this committee. he joined us virtually in the beginning. I want to go back to him on the Zoom screen as he's followed all our conversations for his closing remarks, and then we'll wrap up. Prof.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed those issues. Let's see what the African CDC and MasterCard can help in this area. I also want to commend our dynamic FDA, and I believe that pretty soon we'll be at level 4 so that they can accompany us on this journey towards vaccine manufacture. I also thank the others for very interesting questions that came. Kumla Kruche, for example, asked questions about how DK, somebody was selected to do COVID. I mean, they went through a very transparent process. Every company presented its plan, and so whoever was selected to do what they're supposed to do was done transparently. For example, Atlantic Life Sciences indicated that they'll be producing anti-snake serum by September this year. September will end today. I hope that they will be able to keep their word. And so I believe that this has been a transparent issue. I want to take a question that Dr. Okanta asked, but was not adequately answered. You know, talking about big pharma and big pharma swallowing what you are trying to do here. Dr. Okanta is a CSIR. I know that CSIR, they have the capacity to do some vaccines, and maybe that's why he is very apprehensive on that area. But I can assure him that looking at our plan, the short-term, medium-term, and long-term plan, we are going to tackle all aspects of vaccine production, as for example said, from R&D to fill and finish, and also deployment of the vaccines. And so this will be led by the Ghanaian private sector and powered by Ghanaian research institutions. As indicated, for now, we have Legon represented by Noguchi and WACBIP, KCCR and the institutions in Kumasi, CSIR, Ghana, and we have also received proposals from the whole university. So gradually, we are building a very strong case for our very strong team for R&D. And when we have our FDA in the pole position, then we'll be really on the path towards vaccine manufacture. And there may be lots of countries in Africa who are doing this. Let's wish ourselves well. But Ghana, we are there, and I think that with the leadership that we are having from the president, we'll get there very soon. So, Minister for Information, thank you very much for moderating the session, and I thank my colleagues from Sampofu and Siasari Mimi. But let me also mention that we have others listening in. Ambassador Senna, our ambassador in Brussels, she hosted us a few days back, and she is listening in, and probably will also take some notes to complement what she's doing in Brussels. Our colleague Anefi Asamaba, Dr. Asamaba is also listening in, and I hope that this interaction will enrich our roadmap as we move on towards vaccine manufacture. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Prof, thank you very much for your closing remarks as well. To our colleagues from the World Health Organization, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the Africa Center for Disease Control, GIZ, the German Embassy, to members of the committee, we are very grateful that you've made time to be with us. To Ghana Television that has carried us live across the country, you always do a yeoman's job. We're grateful to you. You know, since COVID started, the team at the Ministry of Information has had the opportunity to be facilitating a lot of these updates and conversations. And by the time it's all over, you probably have to give us a certificate in epidemiology or pandemic management or something. But the team from Information Ministry is always happy to be at your service, and we're grateful for the opportunity to be with you. We are finishing this about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Our prayer is that we finish this local vaccine production program ahead of schedule. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
These reviews. It is only when we strengthen the early warning mechanisms that we'll be able to forestall coups. It is said that coming events always cast their shadows. You need not be told that these decisions being taken by this president will lead to this eventuality. And so I want a situation whereby there can be a sort of diplomatic intervention to be able to tell that, hey, inflation is too high in your country. Things will bubble over. And so ECOWAS can come in. We have an ECOWAS parliament. We don't have an ECOWAS central bank. That is what differs African regional blocs from the EU. The European Union can actually give you a bailout. ECOWAS can't. So there should be a standby force for ECOWAS, a central bank for ECOWAS, so we can control our forex. We can intervene economically to resolve some of these issues before they bubble over. And so going forward, I believe there are limits to what diplomacy can do. And I believe that at some point we need to use the bully pulpit of ECOWAS to resolve some of these issues before they spiral out of control.
We'll soon talk about the setup of the regional bodies and also the hottest countries or the hotbed for security issues in West Africa, and then Ghana's role in all of these issues that are popping up in the region right after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and we've been having a discussion on security issues in the West African region with Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. So we're discussing how ECOWAS is limited in dealing head-on with some security issues that come up. We're also discussing the coup in Guinea. So what are the limitations of diplomatic missions, diplomatic blocs like ECOWAS when it comes to such issues like the coup in Guinea? What is the extent they could go?
The communique that has come out from the extraordinary session summoned by the ECOWAS Chair of Heads of Governments, Ghana's own President Nana Addo, has done what we have done in recent years. As soon as there is a coup, the tools that are available within the toolkit are the things we use. First of all, we announced a suspension of the country from ECOWAS. So the borders are shut. That's a semblance of sanctions. But because we are not an economic powerhouse, you can't say presidents or military people who have saved in banks within West Africa will have their accounts frozen. It is non-existent to begin with. So what you do is to come out and say that the membership of that country has been suspended. So that will cajole them into putting together a transitional government. So from a military junta into a civilian government. But unlike in Mali, where Jerry Rawlings was involved, because Nanado, as chair of ECOWAS at that time, invited the military coup leaders to Accra. And they met Jerry Rawlings, because Jerry Rawlings has a history of transitioning from AFRC PNDC into a civilian government. So those were some pep talks that were instrumental in diplomatically resolving the Malian issue. But today, Jerry Rawlings is no more. We've lost him. And so what are the options? And again, I see intransigence on the part of the coup leaders, because they are complaining when things were bad. Where was ECOWAS? Why would ECOWAS now dictate to them what to do? And for me, it puts ECOWAS in a catch-22 situation, because this is a situation you have to intervene. I'm told Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister is leading a delegation into the country, so they start talking. So the military leaders seem popular currently. We saw the jubilation by a faction, even though he said that may not be representative of the aspirations of all the people. So that means that if ECOWAS wants to use force to turn to a civilian government, there could be a civil war. So the options of ECOWAS are a bit limited, and I believe that when we judge, it's always better than warring. So I believe that we need to speak to Colonel Mamandi and all the people involved in this school to want to sit around the negotiating table with civilian, leaders, technocrats who are ready to be part of a transitional government, so that we go beyond this. ECOWAS comes up with ad hoc measures. We saw in the Gambia, they involved Salif, Buhari, and other leaders, and immediately after the crisis, they dissolved that, initiative. So it should be a continuous, standby initiative to resolve political and security issues. That is what is lacking. And so I believe the ECOWAS Charter needs to undergo review. A charter that has been there for decades cannot serve the interests of a 21st century sub-region. So where there needs to be more engagement, I think that is what we need to do. So that diplomatically, the overarching impact of diplomacy can resolve some of these issues before they even happen.
There's an argument that the age factor plays a role in ECOWAS, because the leadership of ECOWAS, if you look at it averagely, average age will be around 60. And most of these people have seen different regimes of the past, and there's been an evolution of how diplomacy is done. There's been an evolution of how states are run and all of these. But you can see that these people are looking at things from one direction, and there's an argument that when this age factor is dealt with, then we might have a different kind of approach to diplomacy in the region. All these ideas are coming up, and suggestions might be looked at and welcomed into the Charter of ECOWAS, and would have some continuity and growth. Is that also your belief?
That's a very good viewpoint. I hear a lot of clarion call on the part of the youth. Even in Ghana, we have fixed the country. In Nigeria, we saw end SARS. And what the youth wanted to do, they wanted to push the envelope further, that beyond the dissolution of the Special Armed Robbery Response Squad, they wanted something else. But I always want us to tread on the side of caution. Because when the youth within the sub-region have been given the opportunity to assume positions of trust, they have in some cases been more corrupt than these aged, dying leaders we are saying they should leave the scene. Look at our universities, whether NUCS or SRC. Look at the allegations of corruption. So if somebody in your middle or late 20s cannot be trusted with the dues of students, How can we trust you with billions of dollars of our GDP as a West African country? So I don't think it's an either-or situation. And the youth and the aged can be mutually inclusive. We can tap into the wisdom of the aged and the exuberance of the young to build West Africa and the rest of Africa, because the youth themselves have not proven themselves trustworthy with the national pets, the national kitty in some cases.
But aren't the aged to blame for this? Because if you look at the governments of all these leaders we're talking about, they're also old people, and the youth are put at the back to deal with young people, and the young people they are the biggest numbers of people in these countries. And you're also being corrupt. What do you expect them to learn? Or what are they supposed to learn from?
They can always be different. And over the past 3 regimes, I think in Ghana, we've seen very important and delicate positions handed over to young people. And what has been the jury out there, in some cases, it's been worse than having a septuagenarian occupy that position. And so for me, I think we should tread on the side of caution. And we can't blame the aging leaders too much. Why? You can't run for president until you are 40. And in some cases, some of them have had to struggle for 20 years or 25 or 30 years. Nana Addo in a case intended to be president many decades ago, and only got the nod in 2016. So by the time you would have achieved your presidential ambition, you would be old. So maybe the system has to change.
Isn't that a recipe for coup d'etats?
Yes, yeah, it is, and I agree with you. So maybe we can bring down the age. If universal suffrage is 18, and currently we are even making an advocacy that to 16, because these, young people, they are able to do with digital media what the aged cannot do. There are apps on phones now that teenagers in high schools know better than some people in the university. So these baby boomers, people born in the 2000s, should be a part of the political system. So number one, we are making a recommendation that universal suffrage should move from 18 to 16, because more exposure for these people at their age than we had in our time. And then why do you have to be 40 before you can run for president? We can lower that age as well to maybe 30 or 25 if you are an achiever, so that we can shorten the curve. So by Obama ran as, he did one term as a senator from Illinois. An opportunity presented itself. He became a president in his 40s. By Donald Trump and then Biden actually ran for president in the 80s. He didn't succeed in the primaries. And so it has taken this long for him to be there. And therefore, I think we would be comparing oranges and apples if we say that the aged, generation have failed us. So let's wipe them off and then bring young people. I think it should be a melange or a mixture of the two, so that West Africa and the rest of Africa will achieve the kind of goals we want.
Now let's look at some security crises in the region. We have Boko Haram, we have Fulani herdsmen attacking people, we have even Islamic State, IS, in other countries. We also have COVID. We can't rule out COVID. And we have so many others. They keep growing and they keep multiplying. Let's start with Boko Haram.
Okay.
Boko Haram. We are not seeing a regional push in fighting Boko Haram. Yes, we know the US government is helping with intelligence, but they can't really go indirectly. I don't see Ghana playing any role, unless maybe it's a security strategy that they don't want to come out with that information, which maybe you might confirm or not. And the entire ECOWAS are looking on, and we are leaving Nigeria to their fate. Nigeria changed its head of military to fight Boko Haram. They had issues with that. A lot of soldiers were killed. Now they are changing strategies. How do you see Boko Haram ending anytime soon?
You see, the region is responding to these security challenges, first to begin with Boko Haram. There are 2 classifications of security challenges. You have a conventional security challenge, and you have an asymmetric one. Anytime it is conventional, like the war in Liberia and Sierra Leone, then you can come together and say, let's contribute soldiers ECOMOG. Then you go in, you exchange artillery gunfire, and then you topple the bad guys, and then make sure that there's a civilian government. But Boko Haram is an amorphous group. It adopts hit and run tactics. And so you can't tell the line of leadership. And even if you want to negotiate, who do you sit with?
Yeah.
And so it has become very difficult. So there's only one mission, peacekeeping mission within West Africa. It is MINUSMA, and that is to resolve the Azawad secessionist effort in northern Mali. So you find Timbuktu, Kidal, Gao, and Ghanaian soldiers are there.
Yes.
And they are there, contributing their quota to regional security. But we can't deploy to Nigeria because Nigeria, number one, is a big brother. It will be a dent on the credibility, military credibility of Nigeria, that you need soldiers from tiny countries like Ghana to be able to fend off Boko Haram
But it's
attacks.
okay for America to support?
America supports materially with intel because of the satellite assets they have within the region, maybe trainers and all that. But Nigeria alone should be able to resolve the Boko Haram issue. Abuja is one of the areas I work with or in. And when I went to Abuja, I saw that, yes, the activities of Boko Haram have taken a toll on the foreign direct investments that would have on a normal day. When you're going into a hotel, the semblance of insecurity that is created, all of that has really chipped away at the economic might of Nigeria as a country. But Ghana can't deploy the way we have done in the case of MINUSMA in Mali because this is unconventional. So we can help Nigeria with, morale, we can help with diplomacy and all others, but it will be, and especially the fodder and the groups are feeding on, they have made it a religious thing. So if care is not taken, they would want to transpose that kind of idea in individual member countries. And mind you, ECOWAS is largely made up of Francophone countries, and most Francophone countries have a Muslim population of not less than 85%. So if care is not taken, and this idea of, we are fighting against a system that is a kafir system, is going to pose a huge security. It would spread into other regions. Already, we've seen Cameroon suffer from the activities of Boko Haram. Even Chad, Idris Deby died fighting on the front lines, we are told. So we've had to adopt a carrot and stick approach in tackling the Boko Haram menace. But on all other fronts, the pandemic, we've seen, coordination amongst nations. The time has come for us to strengthen the activities of West African Health Organization, WAHO. There's WHO and there's WAHO. And we don't hear too much about them. We need to see infectious disease centers spring up everywhere. We need to see more collaboration, more exchange, so that in future when there's a pandemic like this one, we'll be able to be better prepared to tackle it. But for Ghana, I would commend Ghana because of our leadership role. Burkina Faso is the main security challenge now because Blaise Compaoré was toppled. The youth set the Burkinabe parliament ablaze, and there has been a vacuum. So Ghana is concerned that there could be a spillover. So His Excellency the President was able to convince regional, countries to come up with what we call the Accra Initiative. That conference summit was held at Pedrasse Lodge. So nations have come together to share intel. So Ghana, our neighboring countries, and Benin. So even if it is a pin that falls, you need to share the intel with other nations so that you can protect, each member country from the activities of these groups. So if you asked me, I would say we are not doing too badly in terms of confronting head-on the security challenges militating against the stability of West Africa. But more needs to be done so that we keep the sub-region safe.
Let's talk about Ghana's own internal security issues. And currently there's a call for the borders to be open. And the borders have been closed, and there's a belief that it's affecting even the economy of the country. Is that something that you believe in also? Do you think it should be opened?
Off the cuff, I'll tell you that there are about 43 approved and unapproved entry points into Ghana. You see, when you are a sovereign country, there's 3 entry points. You have your airspace.
Yes.
and you have your territorial waters, just some 22 nautical miles before international waters, and then we have the borders, the terrestrial entry points. The most porous are the land borders. So when you go to Paga, Hamile, Sankansi, Elubo, Aflao, there are town folks who can put you on a motorbike and cross over to the other country.
And they are doing that.
And you know, for them, the borders should remain shut because it's good business for smuggling. And customs people as well. There should be integrity in border controls. Some of the border areas, there is no surveillance. It's pretty much like just crossing over. And I believe it is important because some of these, you know, apart from smuggling, you look at the gun running that is going on. Look at the guns in civilian hands in Ghana alone. I sat with the former boss of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons some years ago, and their survey shows that at that time there were between 2.3 and 3 million guns in civilian hands. So that is, after, when you count every 10 Ghanaians, one of them has got a gun, and that is bad enough. How do these guns get in, even though there is some expertise for local manufacture? At Alavanyo, Konya, and also Swami Magazine in Kumasi and Abosuka in Accra, many of these guns cross over from the borders. So what are we doing as a country? Is it about paying a little bribe so that you cross over with anything? And look at the sacks of onions that come from Niger. Look at the charcoal that comes from across the border. You see a huge truck, and there are loads of sacks. And what kind of, you know, frisk and search do we do? Oh, you are from where? Oh, this is a Burkina Faso truck. Okay. Just pass. We need to have the devices that can, you know, filter through and tell that this contains narcotics, this contains guns. That expertise is not there. And so I want to see us do more.
You think
it's
we should
not
open
just
the
about
borders?
opening the borders.
Okay, but we think we should open it but do more.
We should open incrementally.
Okay.
Because Nigeria shut down its border with Benin, and people were so angry. Why would Nigeria do that? Because there were unintended consequences for Ghanaian traders, Beninois traders, Togolese traders. But they felt Nigerians should eat local rice. And Vietnamese and Filipino rice production companies were taking their rice through Benin and then crossing over through the porous borders. But Buhari stood its grounds. Eat your own food so that you would empower the local industry. And so for me, it's not about looking inward or opening up entirely. I heard a speech by one of the former presidents of Tanzania, Nyerere. He said, oh, the white folks are deceiving us. They say there should be an open market. But when you put two boxes in a rink, you don't put a heavyweight with a lightweight or a featherweight person. So why should our markets be dumping sites? Look at the fish we saw, the whales we saw on Ghana's coast. When people researched and said, why did the whales die? Some said they were distressed. They were stressed. That was why they died. Maybe somebody has dumped dirty oil in our territorial waters, and somebody has gotten paid for it. We know that British Petroleum and other giant corporations around the world come to our territorial waters and dump dirty oil. How can the fish in our seas survive? So it's not about just being an open market. There should be equity based upon the size of your market and what you are bringing onto the international market. And so we should have open borders, but we should do so in an incremental way to protect the local industry as well.
So we will have to go on another break, but I was so interested in the open borders part because the moment you try to cut down on the infiltration of the market from or by the Western world, you might also affect other countries in the sub-region. Now we have a lot of countries, even in Ghana, where some of our products we import and then we repackage so that we would have it as made in Ghana, but it's actually not made in Ghana.
Wow.
They would also be affected if that is done.
I think we need to work on the psyche of the black West African. Today, you travel and you come home, you give a pair of shoes to your in-law. If they see made in Italy, they appreciate it more than say this was bought from to do. It's locally made. Somebody has told me that even with the furniture industry, and I'm friends with the expatriate business people here, I can see a lot of, Turkish people invest in that area. Look, the wood, wawa, mahogany, all the wood is here. But when the local manufacturers manufacture knee, for the mere fact that their showroom is not along the Spintex road, you have to go into CMB to go and buy. Oh, this furniture is fake. I don't want it. So what they do now is, just as you have indicated, they take the wood across the border, repackage, and put made in France on it. And people are quick to buy. So we need to work on the psyche of the people within the sub-region to appreciate our own and patronize our own. Then the idea of an open border and open market that allows everything to filter through will not affect. Look, we import everything, including toothpick. The toothpick, we import it, I'm told. Look at how you are dressed. Look at how this studio is nice, how I'm dressed. It is likely that 99% of the things here were not made here. And so it is important that we work on those. And the white folks don't like us. I don't believe in Moody's, the Bretton Woods institutions. They paint you black if you want to take charge of your economy. But when they give glowing tributes to your president, it means you are giving away too much. And so I believe we need a rethink. And Paul Kagame has led the way. That we can look inward as Africans and still do well economically. This idea of open borders and open markets would only pander to the benefit of the Western powers.
Thank you very much. We'll be coming back after the break to discuss, we'll continue discussing our internal security. We have a new police IGP, and we have some new strategies the police are adopting, which is helping curb crime in the country. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. So we're discussing the security issues in Ghana, and we discussed the borders that are closed and how some miscreants, let's call them that, use the closed borders to infiltrate the country with some guns and other banned items. Now the police is busy, and they are very busy since the new IGP came on, and thanks to his interest in publicity and the PR, we hear a lot about police reactions and what they are doing. What do you make of the change in IGP?
There are two ways police officers are trained in Ghana. We are involved at some point. The first one has to do with the state. So there are police recruitment, you recruit academies. You have Tesano, you have other areas of the country. So they go for training. But we believe that the conduct of policing in the 21st century cannot be based upon tools of the past. So we appreciate the kind of training they are given. But security evolves. So all we do is we retrain them on the job. So we have what we call intelligence and forensics training. So we have soldiers, and I'm happy to say I'm a facilitator in that program. So we teach them new techniques and all that, suspicious packages management, explosives and all that. So it's a partnership we have with the security agencies, and we are working in that regard. But there's a new sheriff in town, and anytime there's a new guy, there's a lot of euphoria. I've even seen that horses go on patrol in Ghana. Yes. So the excitement is good, but sustainability is key. Dan Parry is an academic. He's one of only a few people with a PhD in the conduct of security in Ghana. And then he started humbly, and he has gotten to that pinnacle. So I believe that he's going to combine theory with pragmatism to be able to resolve. But the fact that you have a new guy at the police headquarters doesn't mean the criminals will go to sleep. They will always test the pulse of the new mechanisms and strategies that are put in place. So we still hear cases of armed robbery. I am concerned about highway robbery. An international journalist came here recently to conduct research into our security, and he ended up dying out of insecurity in Ghana. So you can imagine the kind of reviews we will get internationally. I'm not happy with the way the barriers and checkpoints are predictable. When you travel between cities, you know that, oh, if it is from Accra to Kumasi, when I get to Lindado, Forestry Commission is there, the Ghana Police Service is there. When I get close to Konongo, Asankari barrier is there. These checkpoints should be snap checkpoints. They should just pop up like mushroom. So that they become unpredictable. Because you can take like 5 kilometers knowing so well that within this, these 5 kilometers, I will not meet any police checkpoint. And that is where the boys strike. And then there's these checkpoints are thinly spread as we even go to the north. So these are unguarded, barren, ungoverned lands. And they're able to strike with reckless abandon. Prominent people are killed and they get robbed of their possessions. So I want to see the IGP work in that, do more in that regard. And the telcos, there are places where like Dadieso, when you get to Dadieso, you lose, your connection to any, mobile telephony. And that is where they strike. And our response time too is very bad. When you call the police, how can people be under distress? They call you, they are around Jolo, or they are around East Legon. Before you get there, your siren is blaring. You are giving the armed robbers a signal that you're on your way coming. So they should finish up the operation and leave. I believe that we need to change the strategy. And I want to see more plainclothes people. We should plant molds within these syndicates to be able, as I'm speaking to you, maybe in the coming hours, you'll get to know the work that has been done. Medical insecurity. Public health safety is a major national security issue. As we speak right now, I'm in talks with a team that will carry out a sting operation today. What is happening? People are smuggling, as we indicated, fake drugs with no authorization from the Ghana Standards Authority or the FDA. They are selling these drugs to people. Chief among them are aphrodisiac drugs. And you see people die of, heart failure, kidney problems. So it's as a result of the consumption of these drugs. What is national state security doing about it? What we have impounded in 2 operations, according to the medical doctor working on this, ran into the tune of 100,000 Ghana cedis. So who monitors these people who are walking on foot? How do you walk on foot to people at a base or in their offices and say, Oga, buy this one, it will make you stronger in bed? You should be arrested. The one patronizing it himself should be arrested. So for me, security is a behemoth thing. It's not a gun and bullet thing. We can't limit it to that. Your health and safety, your well-being, the safety of your children when they go out to school, all of these come together to make up the body of security. And I think the IGP has a lot of work on his hands. There is goodwill. There's public goodwill. I see footage of him taking part in night patrols. There's public goodwill. And the PR is top-notch. But beyond that, what are we doing to make the Ghanaians safer?
You shared views that I would say are collective sentiments of Ghanaians, and we all go through these, like the checkpoints we're talking about, where police who are supposed to be on patrols end up checking for, how do you call it, the DVLA, roadworthy, and then they will check your shoes to see if you're wearing slippers or not, and then the criminals just use that to go, and we see them going around and doing their things. Also, the medical issues you've talked about. Is this a leadership problem? Is it a problem of capacity? Is it a problem of training? What exactly do you think the problem is?
It's a problem of perception. And I know GhanaWeb is an international media outlet. Look at the unwholesome content media houses, feed people. Because, somebody cannot just put together a concoction, but because the person can pay for airtime, you start playing jingles for the person. A cursory look at the ads on TV would show you that a chunk of ad money comes from, these drug sellers, medicine sellers, like they say they are herbalists, they are this, they are that. And how can one drug, Introtro, solve all medical issues in the world? This solves cocoa, it solves headache, it solves TB, it solves this, it solves that. The guy should be arrested. So we need the will to be able to tackle some of this, because you are waiting for Boko Haram to strike or militants to cross over from Burkina Faso. How many people can they kill? They attack a hotel, they kill 10, 15 people. But you are losing tens, if not hundreds of people every day as a result of bad public safety, mechanisms you have. So I believe that area, people are dying in hospitals. And the hospitals, look, medical negligence for you to lose a relative. I read a story on GhanaWeb about a family that was suing one of the hospitals because of what they perceive as medical negligence, because they should have conducted surgery. They kept delaying, they had to give some money, they went for some scan. They said, hey, so you have money like that, from 25,000, bring all the 40K. That is a national security issue. If I don't feel safe when I have headache and I'm on admission, it should be a thing of concern to the police. BNI, or what is now called NIB, should be concerned. National Security Secretariat should be concerned. So I believe that it's not an issue of capacity. Look at the recruitments we are doing. The state security agencies are recruiting. GIS is recruiting. The Ghana Fire Service is recruiting. The Army recently recruited. We saw the long queue from Elwak through cantonments. So it's not an issue of capacity. It's a change of perception of what security means, so that we will understand what our priorities should be as a country and then tackle them head on. And I believe, I think we have emphasized too much on counterterrorism. We have, imported America's #1 security challenge and made it our own. If Al-Qaeda wants to attack America, and so America takes counterterrorism serious, that doesn't mean that should be the go-to thing for all nations in West Africa or the rest of Africa. Road accidents, and kudos to GhanaWeb on your road safety initiative. Road accidents have killed us over the years more than any other thing. Disease has killed us over the years more than any other thing. So I think we need a tweak of our understanding of national security. And I believe that the youth of soft power, outreach, engaging people, giving people the right orientation would go a long way to make Ghana cling to its reputation as one of the most peaceful countries in West Africa, to attract the kind of foreign direct investment we want.
I pray the IGP is listening and watching as well, to take a cue from what you've said. Very great submissions.
We think that if you are strong, it means safe match, there is a parade, we are exhibiting. Security has long moved from that. We need to individualize security, come to the level of the people. Look, the cleaner who comes to work at dawn, how safe is the person? It's a national security issue. Because somebody can compromise your cleaner, and the person can have a bargain device. Maybe you don't. Look, there are instances police officers complain to us when they are put on duty in the houses of ministers. They are so ill-treated, where to even attend nature's call is difficult for them. And this is a guy who is only 5 seconds away from your life. He is armed, but he's not happy. You are a rich man. You have deficit of 6 months arrears. You've not paid your driver or your watchman. And beyond, apart from God, your life is in the hands of these people. So we need to completely do an overhaul of the way people see security. And we see ritual killings take place now. Yes, some are for money rituals. But how serious have we taken mental security in Ghana? Every corporate entity should every 6 months have a psychiatric specialist come and interview your employees. Because if the employee is not happy, the MD's life is at risk. Because he can just barge into your office and then bludgeon you with a knife. And some of these issues are mental security issues.
Security is really broad.
It's broad, and I believe that the time has come for us to spread the tentacles of our security apparatuses so that we can tackle some of these issues.
Bribery and corruption on our roads. Policemen taking I mean, pittance. We all see them, and we are with them when this is done. Some of us give the money. Is it something that we should be worried about, or is something that we should forget about because there are major issues that we should deal with?
Kidnapping syndicates have found fertile ground in Ghana. Because someone stops a Corolla, oh, I buy, you just give a token. Nobody searches what is back there in your trunk or boot. And people just don't kidnap. When they kidnap, they move. I almost served a client as a consultant. He came from Russia. He was working in mining. Look, in Ghana, in Accra, he was stopped at a checkpoint and people had labels of Interpol. They were fake. And they kidnapped him.
Wow.
And they moved him from one safe house to another, torturing him and forcing him to sign off on documents, and they sold off his property, a foreigner. For 8 months, nobody knew his whereabouts.
In this country?
In this country. There are property owners, all in the name of we are into real estate. People come in with bags of money. They rent apartments and houses. Who checks the backgrounds of these people? Of course, the safe houses they were keeping the kidnappee in were rented places. For so long, we have made a recommendation there should be a common database between property owners and national security. It shouldn't be like I have money for 2 years, so as soon as I come, I pay the landlord or landlady, then I move in. People don't know their neighbors. And if Al-Qaeda wants to strike, the person may come for short stay. I was in Nairobi, the Westgate Mall, where we lost Professor Awono.
Yeah.
They said, incidentally, the guys had rented one of the shops. And gradually they were moving the weapons. And when D-Day came, they struck. You are a landlady. Young men are living in your house. They drive in Porsche cars. They don't work during the day. They play music all day long. They go out at night and come at dawn. They are a threat to national security. So all of these things come together to make up the well-being and security of a country. And I believe that we need to look at these fine details. If not, Ghana will lose its reputation as a peaceful country.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Ebad Ibrahim. That was a very informative discussion, and this is the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. Be safe.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Mostly, I call my condition a blessing in disguise because it made me find myself more. I'm not limited just by the walls of the hospital. My voice goes everywhere in the world.
What deterred you from joining their record label? What was the issue?
It wasn't really an issue. I had to go on a break, a health break, and all that. So considering the break and everything around me, I felt it wasn't. I shouldn't sign because it was going to
come with a lot of responsibility.
Yes, exactly. So I just had to pull out.
How do you write your songs?
Okay, how I write my songs. Mostly I get my songs when I'm having morning devotion or I'm in the bathhouse, just lying down, the song just drops. Sometimes I can just be having a conversation with somebody and then I start singing. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days you have held me in your hand.
It's been a big day for Ghana football as the Ghana Football Association have appointed Coach Milovan Rajevac as the new Black Stars head coach. Well, the GFA has set out some targets for him to reach. That's to win the AFCON and also to qualify Ghana to the next World Cup. Well, I've been speaking with a couple of sports journalists to find out from them their expectations from Coach Milovan Rajevac.
I'm welcoming him with all hands, and I believe that his coming is timely. He understands before he accepted the role, looking at what he himself told us, that he has been in this country since Sunday and he is ready to come and finish an unfinished business. I don't know what business he wants to finish because he took us to the AFCON final during his time. So if his unfinished business is to carry us again there to win the trophy, then fine. If the World Cup where we reached in South Africa is going to take us beyond that, then maybe that is the unfinished business I am looking at. But the rest, I'm looking at him really making sure that there is this dignity we give to our home-based players. If indeed they are quality and they are good enough, we need to just include them. We have so many quality players outside. But interestingly, anytime it is Black Stars Club, if it is not injury they claim, clubs don't release them on time. And then we get so many excuses. But now that FA president is telling us that when coach was there, Milo was there, their back room and their dressing room, there was stability. Meaning that an indication that there wasn't stability during CK's time. So we are hoping that there will be respect and stability in the dressing room and that players will not dictate to coaches. So if Milo even has an interpreter now, so before you even dictate to him, you have to pass through the interpreter, then I think that there will be stability enough for us to have that thing that we are going for. Remember, the president put his neck on this particular thing, our current president, begging corporate Ghana to bring their money because Ghana can only afford $10 million and want $25 million. And so corporate Ghana should bring their money. And so if the GFA is saying that we should believe them and trust in the system, everybody is looking at them. All we need, qualify us to the World Cup. Let us move beyond where we got to win the AFCON for us. If this is done, whatever we need to do, we'll do it. They've given us an indication, and that for the coaches, they asked permission from Milo to disclose how much Milo is taking. Now we know how much he's taking, but for the assistant, he doesn't want to disclose. They don't want to disclose because Coach Maswa Kunedu doesn't want Ghanaians to know how much he's earning. And I'm just praying that it goes smooth for them. I don't want to hear in the coming days that he has not been paid and there's blah 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 because he says we are not supposed to know. And if the thing comes for us to also talk and raise the issue that are the coaches being really paid, we don't want any wahala between the two of them because they said it here. So we know what we will be demanding from coach and any other thing. And going forward, I just want the FA to just let us understand that there are days that when they create a vacuum, there will always be speculations. I sincerely read the directive that they brought to us that they will in 3 days time they will deliver a coach. If you say you deliver a coach for us in 3 days time, what I made inferences from was the fact that in 3 days Coach Milo will be named. And look at the gentleman walking and coming. He was smiling, meaning that there has been a foremost interaction already. So why did it take that long for us to create this whole thing? And remember, GFA is a big brand, football is a big brand. When you do these things and you create a vacuum for people to speculate that what you've done, for the ministry to come and deny, and it doesn't really help build our brand. So going forward, I know they are doing a lot and they can do it. There is always room for improvement. We wish Coach Milo all the best. I'm praying that he leads us again. CK has done it for the AFCON. If he has qualified us already, we won't take that away from CK, but we are saying that at the AFCON proper, it should lead us to win the trophy and the World Cup, qualify us and go beyond where we reached the last time.
Okay, I'm expecting good football. I'm expecting attacking football from the Black Stars. You know, in our last 4 games, the team had managed to score just 1 goal, and we all were not impressed and we're not happy about how the team was playing. So the GFA thought as much that CK cannot do the job and he has to go. But Milo is coming for a second stint, and I keep saying that in world football, most of the time when coaches do return to a side that they've managed before, sometimes it doesn't work out for them. But at the presser, Milo said that he has an unfinished business here in Ghana, and I'm hoping that will work for him this time around. And we know what he did. You know, when he picked up the team, 2010, he went to the AFCON and got to the final, lost to Egypt with an unexperienced side, and then went to the World Cup that same year and got to the quarterfinals and got eliminated in the quarterfinal by Uruguay. So I think that he has that track record. That is why when the FA were doing the headhunt for a new coach, we chose Milo, and now Milo is here. And when I look at the technical setup now with Maso Kunedu, there's someone who has been there before. He has the experience, and he knows what he has to do to help Milo to achieve. And then Otuado, a sharp brain, a former Ghana international who is now working with Dortmund with his experience in coaching. I'm hoping that when these 3 technical teams, when they come together, they'll be able to turn out or be able to change something for the Black Stars that Ghanaians will enjoy. You know, Ghanaians, we like our football, and when it's not always about the results, but how the team plays, because we complain about how CK Akono's team played, because in 2 matches and you have 3 points and it's not bad, but because the team was not playing well, that's what CK was sad. So the first header for Milovan Rival is to ensure the team is playing well and also what they are winning. And I know that with the track record of qualifying the team to the 2010 World Cup, he has been tasked to do the same, because when you hear from the FA officials, they want the team to be at Qatar 2022. And I'm hoping that Milovan Rival, with the experience that he has on the continent, you know, Ghana is the only side that he's been able to succeed, because when you look at the track record from Ghana to Thailand to Algeria, it didn't really go out for them. So even this time out, it's also a time for him to redeem himself, because he's been away for 11 years, and a lot of people are in doubt whether he's still the Milo that we used to know. It's not an opportunity for him to avail himself, whether he can do the job. So I'm hoping that in this second stint, which is a bit tricky, but because of what he's saying that he has an unfinished business with our Black Stars, I hope he'll be able to get it. And the most important thing is that this time around, I'm hoping that local players also get a chance to also feature for the Black Stars, because these are players that are dying. These are players that are players that are hungry to succeed. So in this Milo era, whether he will give the local players a chance for him to also because they also have an input to make. We shouldn't always rely on players abroad. Let's give players in the Ghana Premier League chance. And I'm hoping, I'm expecting, I'm looking forward to Ghana's game against Zimbabwe, how the team is going to play, and whether if they can also beat Zimbabwe, because we need to be at 2022 World Cup. It is a must for Ghana.
Yeah, it's very positive. It's very good for Ghana football. Looking at the experience of Milo, the fact that he understands Ghana, he understands our culture, he understands our environment, he understands the people, he understands our pressure, he understands that we are very expectant. We always want to deliver. We always believe in ourselves that we have a very good football team and a very good football culture, and the passion of the nation is football. So with all that, and looking at the timing, and looking at the fact that we have games ahead, and looking at the fact that we need to deliver, it is the best decision, and I want to commend the 3-man committee for the job that they brought to the Executive Council, and we also approved unanimously.
Looking back 10 years ago, Asamajan was one of the players he was able to manage so well, that brought out the best in him and for Ghana as well. Now there's a new crop of players. Asamajan still says he wants to play more. Moving forward, how do you think we can be able to improve on our striking abilities? Can he get that striking prowess that we used to have 10 years ago?
Coaches make players. Let me tell you, coaches make players. A coach can destroy a player, a coach can make a player. And this coach is a coach who made a lot of players for Ghana, and they all played well. At least, although the players were good, he made them establish themselves well, and expect Milo to do the same with the current crop of players. And if you are a player and you are not hard working, you can't play under Milo. So I'm advising the players, be ready to work hard. Milo will want you to work hard. Milo will want you to tackle. Milo will want you to win balls. When you lose balls, go for them. And when we are going for the counter, follow up. When we are withdrawing, withdraw and cover. Milo will make sure everybody is working on the pitch. So if you are a player and you want to play, be ready to work hard, because laziness is not good. If you are a worker, you can be successful under Milo.
Lastly, Juvenile League. What's the progress so far?
Yeah, it's been going well. You can see Juvenile League across all the country, and it means we are developing more talents for the future. What we need is to develop more infrastructure, to have good pitches, so that we can play on the good pitches for the kids, so that they understand the game well and they can have good feel of the ball early, and more footballs and more support from government. The juvenile game needs a lot of support from government and corporate organizations. It is time we have a way to do this to support the game.
And under 15 national side, do we have a team, and are we looking forward to playing any friendlies with a couple of?
Yeah, they were in camp some months back. They were going to play a tournament, didn't go on, but they played some friendlies, and I know another program will come for them to play.
It's a difficult one. We are in streams of not know exactly what to expect. In fact, when I was coming for the first time 2008, we didn't know much about him. So we were apprehensive. He came and he delivered. He took us to the finals of the CHAN, he took us to the finals of the AFCON, and he took us to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. Now, 11 years down the lane, since he left the Black Stars, he has been abysmal in all his coaching roles that he's taken up. So we don't know whether he's going to bring that same performances that he changed at 11 years since leaving Ghana, or he's going to deliver for us what he brought on board from 2008 to 2010. That is apprehension level. But we know that the Black Stars now need a coach who is a disciplinarian, and that is what we have in Milo. We've got some very good young crop of players who are very talented. I'm sure that when they get the best material, they should be able to qualify for the World Cup. In fact, winning the AFCON is a bit on the high side. I'm not sure it's going to be as easy as we keep banding it around, because of what we've seen other African countries do. They've had consistent teams and are playing very well. But qualifying for the World Cup is also key, and I believe that we faltered in our start. And if you're able to get up in style, we should be able to at least qualify for the first phase and then see what happens in the playoff. Milo he's been good whilst being a Black Stars coach, and we are only hoping that he replicates that same form as a Black Stars coach when he starts his mantle in 2 weeks' time.
No time I'm sure every phone normal conversing somebody like me, because it do baby now say GDA no our form, but and then some FA president can any abakwasem baby on Sunday free eba ya asama men any sadi hu ama me GDA bi say Milo actually say ampa wabehu terrain ne da wabehwe say the system ne tie, and ohwe abakwasem so no ni coach baako a wabeboa pa enti for GDA ne dey say, I think say the aka any support said the name penny for eka no, but our adwuma ye so be gina the worst so said and then all can say wom say suggestions beba, but no and be man or be decide there GDA so yana sha Ghana football no.
Okay, I think the appointment of Milo is a step in the right direction. I think we needed an astute coach to take over the Black Stars, and with this caliber, I think he would come and help the Black Stars. As he said in his press conference, he wants to make history with Ghana again, and I think we should, having given this opportunity, he will do the needful and take us to the World Cup, and perhaps maybe win the AFCON come 2022 in Cameroon.
Well, very high expectation. Like every Ghanaian, we want results, instant results. The Black Stars, in its current state, no matter how depleted, no matter how spiritless the team is, everybody expects results, and that's why we have hired him. That's why he's explained the need to support him to achieve the result that we want him to attain for us. They explained why they went for him, to achieve results and get the players behind him or under him as a coach who can control his dressing room. Basically, that's what we all require as a team to progress. I've been impressed with the organization of the events and everything that transpired here, and I'll be looking forward to seeing results change, seeing a transformed Black Stars, seeing a Black Stars that plays to a true identity of a team, that plays to a pattern that inspires, a Black Stars team that generally draws people or attracts people to the team. That's what Milo came to do at a point at the World Cup. We expect that we are able to achieve similar or equal or even beyond that. Anything below that will be a failure.
10 years ago we had the likes of Asamoah Gyan who were helping us in the striking department. Now that he's no more, we've had a little challenges with our striking side. Do you think he can get the best player to fit into the squad that can play for like 2 years?
Well, he's a coach. We also have Samoa Gyan at the AFCON 2008, where he nearly wanted to pack out of the hotel in the tournament. Milo came in, transformed him. I'm sure that Milo has an imprint on Samoa Gyan. He's one of the coaches who really inspired Samoa Gyan's scoring form and inspired his tenacity, his strength, his agility in the goal area. I don't know, but there are strikers around that I think Milo may be able to turn one around. If we get a striker to be built by Milo, even half the shape and form of Samoa Gyan, that should suffice.
So those were the thoughts of some sports journalists here in Ghana about what they think of Coach Milovan Rajivac's return as the Black Stars coach. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafiu. Thanks for watching.
Okay.
Criminal prisoner of the group. On the walk go for free. Oh, be you.
If you vote by I said, I'm brown and let me back at the Bushia. The Gamia demand, you are a market by Wallace. I might demolish your home. I had a meeting, and I miss sweat, and I'm in the air to beat a flower. I had a minute to beat a flower. Say, Baba. If an airport, the Gamia demand was there. The Gamia teams, I bet demolition. I'm not penny. I took out the yesterday. The person who quiet, she said, near Kosovo, Ghana, and also near Kosovo, Hadia, one year, almost a quit, and yet tied to her. See, they are, yeah, Namuha, they pay a difficult plan. The Hunjo, and I say, I won't try it. See, the best friend, so I'm quiet. So, the better two, yeah, one person, my, they ain't in a senior being now. That's what I do. What do you want? Yes, If you say you are bringing them down to them tomorrow.
Mostly, I call my condition a blessing in disguise because it made me find myself more. I'm not limited just by the walls of the hospital. My voice goes everywhere in the world.
What deterred you from joining their record label? What was the issue?
It wasn't really an issue. I had to go on a break, a health break, and all that. So considering the break and everything around me, I felt I shouldn't sign because it was going to
come with a lot of responsibility.
Yes, exactly. So I just had to pull out.
How do you write your songs?
Okay, how I write my songs. Mostly I get my songs when I'm having morning devotion or I'm in the bathhouse, just lying down, the song just drops. Sometimes I can just be having a conversation with somebody and then I start singing. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days, you have held me in your hand.
It has been a week filled with discussions centered on who really a legend is. Kumawood actor Lowin does not want to be compared to YouTube sensation Dr. Laiki. Musician Kofi Kenata also does not want to be described as a legend. So who really is a legend? Today, my guest and I will discuss this into details on Bloggers Forum. My name is Benis Owusua Oparijan and I'm sitting in for your favorite, Benefo Waben Abrantepa. We'll be right back. It's another beautiful week and Ama Broni has enough for us on Nkomo. Let's go to her for tidbits.
Na what we are saying so baby on me address Nkomo ni bebre twegu. Nya wanti ase na ye wadwi mu na nkyeremu na Ama Broni ma be de na no nsem aba. Nkomo e course entertainment industry e na me de ba besum. So ye ntwa ye hu sese a na ye fa Nkomo no embetudwa. Our Nkomo Edikan na eye Kumawood actor I when Kojo's cancer when asem na making. Or the same be to Johnny eye Zion Felix here interview bi no chime. So a legend. I when they were entertaining mo. Who say enye na say no si mo de kan de asro semia local movies. Who say ojimu kan pa. Na asem ya de be to just say legend as nkofon sheda anti ase. Na kan nobody ankan kwete nkoda. Asem ya de to just eye Dr. Laiki I eye Rasnene I na who say YouTube o videos, viral videos, nyade. What for sere say what chema say there are saying na what so ankasa. Na semi na we Zion Felix bisa questions in the question kakra na also. Na we Dr. Like is saying. And I live say na mo no a whole legend movie star wa bebe just for so many years. I didn't have some person more than to a year like there say ko YouTube star. No say na when asembe na wo kan asa homa so bi ni bibi ase bu father was like asa so fani nyehwe like ya bon homo there is time nti akoma man shine nsem de beba bebe akasa ya double crack so Lewin like any time any don't mean ka say be YouTube star na be movie star munyina mo ye pe nsho ba ko junu se on Lewin de mo ntem sha da anye papa o chema Lewin jai sa asem no kan no jai tie na obi a wa support Lewin statement you make Salinko chema asem na Lewin aka Lewin dey also abone brand like that say be a YouTube star nti mo sad na Ghana fire mo ye say be obi mo honom na say be say nyum to new say movie twafo ni bia young person but na fe mo do compare old one say won bob bread bia o say na mo dey say akode Ronaldo rapper mo say other rappers na mo ba no mo ye better since akode nti o chema Lewin we penny dues nti mo fa respect na ma no Won sem fufu no so wo kai titi titi na ne hu sem bia bebeto dwa hu se o chirema na nkontumi ntua ne rent ne ade amafo ye ne mboa eye vice president ne ade nkofo aboa no na ne aba ne se ye lowin ya ye kan ho asem ne medical de nkomo be chi so ye legend ni o chirema se ne aya krom ha se bon se mpemfo no actors no umbo se na fe want to be mu ase won ho akere won ne ade no anka be ye anka ban from 60 years and above one bebo brand we entertainment no anka muntua wonka nsem de nkofo be achemu na ye titi nsem ya na wo dike bi de na de ko tu chemu a ye titi scanner wo de ama hwe na nkodi o we enye wunye ska wenu masemu but mo de na invest because de be san so na ka so ho acherewa ye rentie won ti say ye so bolo business bi na be ya na say watch business bi a na wo kwakoye na nsem de nkofo be achewa de binim say obi a wa bone brasem na asem atone wo so yare de wo nim ne yare be ye wo obu anu wa bone bro we ska be bati yare betumi aka na na fe de ne hu nyama nyina wa lusin titi so de nsem ya beche wa che sem o ken nkofo che one an ko keka sem tia na wa bo won dua me de me che de nim but who pay titi video no de reply mama ka say na den de o sresra de na wa hwe say ye dua bo na say na adwekeke e na wa ka kire mu na watwe ya na we some list bi be drop Apple Music wo hwe ma top 20 songs a amanfo tie ma fo jamin top 20 na Ghana food say yenwum enka wo other countries Nigeria South Africa omu na mo list na asemi be na wo say Ghana food dey mo ka promote your own sese mo okrom ha mo ntie ye Ghana food nyum to food nyum be na mo pe eya zone to say ye dance or say ye high life gospel crowd na wo ye man tada na mo ntie ya nkasa yenwum na say ni beto dwa na eye D Black D Black nso de na no atomochi ma Ghana food mo consume eye munwum ada na mo yesa de bia mo ka se mo promote mo ntie mo den so asem na wo ka no mo dance na asem di anka D Black na anka kire na adwen na eja kojo Sheldon YouTuber kojo Sheldon so esom se D Black me nkasa asem no ka na ye ntie mo nyina mo ka wo na ade ne ye na ma focus to chema ye D Black wo ba clap na je afonyum na mo bo nti ada na ase bia asem na wo ka na wo ka site ase bia Ghana fo na ye support ye artist na asem ya so wa D Black hu se ye kojo Sheldon ka no ho asem no se young boy tena nchen tampo di anka wusa kojo Sheldon meti say ya wo ka nkrofo hu sem sa ade na o se fa asem ne de mba ne so nti wo pese opo uko bi ho asem a enyo de o se young boy pe be bit na no asem na aka ne de on wonya adwen won se fufum no eye kofi kinata so de nsem abeto jo twema mamo nka se oye legend ono de sesi na wo start there are greater things ahead nti sa legend na muka no kofu twema ye ba songwriter nyum to me Ghana ha say one watch se to me hye nyum wutie nyum se nyum nya abawom sa nyum na nyansa wom enye chenchenchen yidi ni bio wo se wo de ma kofi kinata na se na aya nkofo bona ba so na kofi achema wo de wate we fans ni de ope all right but on do sa legend status na se na le when say oye legend no eno de on na wache na adwen but kofi kinata se opamocho on do sa status nti mon ka so oye legend Ghana wake up I saw to say me no say yenua bia really share na ka say o chema kom ha say artist we brain kan me ko fo throw nyoma wo songwriters na so no eye wendi share so the nyoma betu dwa say kre na ma foke kan ghost writer bullets na trauma no say na say o say na den ono obo no homodin eye ni nyom hit na etwagu yan ko fo chema eye wendi share o shedi eye na ba na mo ase wa me here abna kokko na eye jomboedu yes wa boni pedu wonti nwom ne ya ye hit na wakope na watie mu nsem say ya mpa so shedi wo yende ye hyede nim na sabi odi nwom yi beto dwa na eye music producer Hama ni comment bi ko make so nwom media ye bullets na choma na enye wendi shede ene nkwafa na waka say bullets na choma na wendi say enye sa na eti odi nsem ya beto dwa na wa cheche na adwan ama Ghana fo na nsem yi beka ye Hama nsem no so wendi opa chopa we any little sister so onim sa obon homode ba nsem na oka say bullets na choma no wa adwen hwen say wanka ne yenti wendi Hama se fa ne boniche yakuma wood movie producer bia wo friend ye Frank Fifi Gabin and sembe to just say de no ho fa nokozira wontumi mpo na nte wo yare abo no na nsem de nsem bebre na edidi echi na ono ankasa na anu tomoche ma yare ne se na odi na ni to fem mohwe ne ma na aye se obi na edi edru na eje na o se dudu ibi na me se amanfo di eje na se de webubu wontumi hye da anya edwuma na nsem ba na o se o ase kwam ha se aya movie producers ma mu twa sinin enyum to fo kwampo ka ho ase se mu ho chima mu ncha da nya mu bia sa ni se na ekoi na eyi na nkofo keka no wosu na say movie industry mo so mo woku amodom ti say aka say wunwe ye movie producer ne ho ache npa say aka this na kama ye ne mboa na say me kwa na ye 5 pack fu PR o ti be che ma o say if you know che den tua ni dues na de nti wo so betumi aye ne mboa mo akoye ne mboa di candidate but aya say mo so mo tua dues say mo ho chirewa e be na wo so yi kakra na mo de aboa mo the cement industry ni mu aye de keke se na wotwe atwem na beka me be chiro se ye samini o call Twitter na eja o de nsem bi tutuma yi Shatawale o chema Shatawale ye fake ni ade o sorry I say big man no yo yes boss na one man favor no one man scan o chema Shatawale oni ske bia so sorry onu no se onu no samini no oni scan so o hwema o Shatawo na wo bre na nsem ye ko ne ye se na Shatawale o be jai ma ye samini nsem ye wakan ho ase mu ko manfo chema we de na Shatawale nka samini ho ase mu nsem wo se de bia Shatawale ne ko pento but where they nanko asemi ko wan boss amini di wo na asemi eja or reply na ye be say ye Shatawale be kasa Shatawale akasa o chema ono no Shatawale so wo hoye say yes amini o to me afford $55,000 Rolex watch e bona ono no Shatan on to me ban on be reply because on any classmates on the sika na edele it is amini say one chirwa na o say wasan so ati say o say wa there ni say o to me release hit song o be release 6 songs in a day o say what but on fanya adwuma Shatawale nso so chema ayan kofo keka no ho asem na den ati say on bo ne ho mode o sorry am to kwankwan no ko say yes anati o ono no chain e da no kom I chain keke da no kom e betumi atofi I mean say fufi na wotim na Shatawale kan wasem de and they mean to me na asem no de be bra betudwa na twa to kwa mpo you say video bi obeye o say state of the entertainment media in Ghana Ochema mo sorry am say na sorry he has attacked this he's attacked that attack na mo use on peti cause mo okrom ha so obi be kana mo nka hwio na so no kwa kape na fe ni mo ka so Shatawale wo mbo homode wo ye violent wo ye den do so no onye violent o onye violent say obe che na adwenya ko ka so ye violent asem de mu njai kan no njai ti na mo fa me fa we ntwa to wo Shatawale nsem Shata no do nsem ya betudo Ochema ye SM fan family for life is for life say dia adwubrew ma mo nko na mo nko ye ya wo ye stone boy ni sa kodiem de bisade mu njai won say as wo bi koso wo bim nation na sack native one time won Shatawale fans de Ochema say wo mi akoka Shata ho asem pene ne SM fans no wa ba no wa be ya won na wa kaka wa adwen chew Shata sisi de bisa ya won ne sa nyamanyama ni mu ntwa to na ma fo SM fans so mo ti no say Shata wo de wa kan ya ate na so SM for life is for life. Once pupum na ya Jackson ye commode actress. One say young actress or start on ye ma mess one ni ade. They wo ma ye woman you say ya Jackson see they was switch obonwom ni ade. Na Jackson ni say obonwom ni ade ka ye support afi dey say ya nsem no keka say word play ni ade. And na ntari shema so yi ni ho kakra ye be ho an say ya Jackson na tattoo na sumu say wa pierce ni ade. Na yi na ni bad dey say me abetu jo trema oni nwa ni say sa evil lifestyle na no living. Say the person repent because as say wa afemu ni ade ono ankasa ne ni de nje ni amana ekwo na asem ye Jackson Kenya media betu ndibere nim say ya mpa na se kwose ya antie fie ya Jackson ano say ya mpa say yi ehwe papa ni hit song yi se ni nyomu a wo de say mu ntia down ni menya adwa wo de pe ya Jackson nyomu bi netie na wo be hu words na ade akola keto an say we so but ya Jackson chirema she's here to live the life so ye kakom ha say movies are old movies ejedi mpa of the ehwe de kan ho asem pa de ne ye Diablo na onipa no play role no say Diablo na owo bi ni ade say won kai ya me kai wo onipa no play we friend ye Boss Smith Jr. Ochema say na me bounce ni na echi kwa Yankopon ye na dum no coach ya sister bi na de ode pass em YouTube nanim no Ochema sanka sister ne pa hwe sa Diablo ni bia na konje di sanka be accept ni proposal cause onu no si sister na nka onim so no ye Diablo man na nka sanka Ochema some movie role no play the that down na nka say obeda no wo na manfo so movie role say then onipa we play movie afa dey real life so Daniel wo ade no your war na what we so all be hu say common dey na edoso o ma wo say wo ye legend o mo say ma won friend one legend ni nyina ye dey aba Shatawale nsu sem so wo say wa reply samini dey ni di achi da say na ko be because entertainment industry bi ama boni be da be so me say dey eye be ni so wusu am so parijan wono abedwafo nsom na mo ntu asoman.
Welcome back and thank you, Amma Bruni, for this week's Nkomo. On Bloggers Forum today, I have Kofi Zeda, the one who is always flipping granites in the air on Facebook. Welcome, Zeda.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I also have Ekia Tilinipa. She's a presenter on One Play Africa. If you recently watched the Sarkodia interview, she's the face behind that particular interview.
Oh, nice.
Welcome.
It feels good.
Bribery and corruption. only them, they gave them an interview. They didn't give the rest of us.
Oh.
We are monitoring.
Maybe give us your trick. Then I'll hear Udinya Sarkodia on the show.
I don't know. He requested it.
Sarkodia requested?
Yeah, on Instagram live video.
Wow. That he wanted to speak to One Play Africa?
Just tell them you've been supporting him always, so he had to return the favor.
Really?
Of course.
Is that how you understood the whole conversation?
But you got Momo as well, right?
For who?
Who else?
Please, who?
Sarkodia.
Oh, wow. I'm honored. I'm honored. Thank you.
Okay, so before we talk about it, Cheesy Pizza is the proud sponsor of Bloggers Forum, and Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have a great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Mami started with Ikea.
Yeah.
So, what are you? Which of the stories are you picking?
Okay, so I think I'll pick on Inshabe's Kojo message to Lewin.
Okay.
Yeah, where he's saying that he should admit that his time has passed and all that. I think it's a childish talk, because then you are also, if not, I mean, in Ghana we say former artist. I don't know if somebody's talent disappear at a certain age, but you are also in the art. Our main problem as Ghanaians has been the fact that we want to always retire people who are in the space. We are quick to do that, which is why when people do it to them, then they are pained. Why do you tell another person who is in their craft that your time has passed? How does Stephen Wonder, is he still not alive doing his things, or he's dead? Even if he's dead, his works. So how is it that an artist, because of emotionalism, can say that another person's craft has passed? How did they pass? That is what we've been doing to our veteran artists, for them to, you know, become so like impoverished or whatever they are at the end of the day. Because you can't tell somebody in their craft that your time has passed. In Ghana, we like pull him down so much that we would rather say your time has passed, and so let's box you aside, rather than trying to merge the old and the new together. So for an artist to tell somebody in their craft that your time has passed, who is serious, basically.
Zeda.
Okay, so I would want to pick on D Black's, the tweet that he made, artist management is a thankless job. So, well, he's right at a point though, but artist management, what does it involve? It involves finances, it involves the talent of the artist as well. It involves the content that artist is bringing. Good. Now, when you are doing artist management, it is a 50-50. It will go good or it will go bad. So yeah, just as you were saying, if it goes good, they would mention the artist's name. If it will go bad, they will mention, oh, the label are not doing well. So in the end, it will be like a trash at him. It was because of what Koji Sheldon was talking about, that what is the 3 steps that he's been able to do to impact the industry. One way or the other, I can remember Joey B. I can remember D-Money. Currently, I can remember Sefa. These are 3 people that were through Black Avenue music. But quite unfortunately, you know, things haven't been so good and all that. D-Black Nangasana and some more but let's not go to that direction. He's done his part for the industry. I've heard a few complaints about having connect and not giving it to other people. You can be such a bad person, you want to be greedy and all that, but just as he was doing his works with Black Avenue Music, he's done a good job. He's done so much for the industry and all that, but he should understand, he's not the only one facing such a problem. If I'll give another example, Kiddy. When Kiddy is in the trends now, but how many people are mentioning Richie's name? How many people are mentioning Albert's name? Albert is Richie's brother. They are always on the road running affairs. So he should understand that, It is a business. Once the thing starts going good, it is the artist that is going to gain it. But one way or the other, too, you are gaining your revenues on the side. But you are not telling us that you are making money on the side. So you should just chill and just relax like that now.
So you are an artist manager and a publicist, and you really know the industry very much.
Yeah.
So do you support the statement that it is a thankless?
Who writes the rules? You meet your artist. If your artist is able to tell you thank you, that is all. Because you are working for the artist. You are not working for the whole Ghanaian music industry. You decided to invest your money, your time and everything into the artist. So who is supposed to thank you? It is the artist, unless the artist is being ungrateful. And you can't tell me the people who have passed through your hands have been ungrateful, because I can see Joey B, the vibe is always there. I can see Sefa, the vibe is always there. Even those who left his label, I can see there's a vibe there. So I don't know which kind of maybe we should build him a statue. Yeah, maybe he wants a statue at Onyx. We'll just do an unveiling that, oh, D Black, these are the artists that came through you, so please. But per what I know, per the stuff I've seen Sefa do, I know she's always thankful to him for the stuff that he's been doing for her and continuously is doing. So you shouldn't worry. At the right time, maybe if he wants the legendary status, we'll just give it to him then. That would be the thank you as well.
Ikia. Yes, I think I'll pick Lewin saying that veteran actors must be paid by the government. Oh my God, Ghana.
Do you disagree?
Heavily. You see, I feel like entertainment industry, the creatives, unfortunately, want to wallow in ignorance. Basically, it's
ignorance.
Yes, they want to wallow in it. They don't want to learn, because I mean, I am privy to certain space conversations that artists of certain caliber are saying certain things, and I'm like, oh my God, it's not possible. I'm very young in the industry, and I even know staff and artists who has had hit upon hit doesn't know, and I'm like, you don't want to learn. Basically, that's it. Like, it is as simple as ABC. How can Lewin say that the government, Ghana, your problems, and so enough? No, I don't get it.
They've contributed their quota
to who?
By entertaining the public, you know, to release tension.
Which is why, you see, the industry, clearly, we prefer money now. Let's eat now. Than the structure that's supposed to regulate the system that will give us the money we need, and probably for our young children or generation to come and also enjoy from our hard work. How do you say the government should feed the veterans? So what? We are never going to fix the structures? How about you saying that there should be a way where the residual pay or allowance that actors get from paybacks from old movies, like some Adetefio's videos that he has done that they are showing by the fireside, that some people are still showing GTV, I'm sure they show that they are showing, they are supposed to be getting residual pay, which can last them a bit. How do you say that the government should not fix this system that will rotate for everybody to feed, but to let the person get old, and if by God's grace they are alive, the government should pay them? Oh yeah, go ahead then.
Zeda, do you think so?
You should ask yourself, just look at the industry that we are in. Do they even pay taxes? Do they really declare income tax? Do they even? So you've worked, you were gaining all your monies on your own. Now the money is finished at the age of 60. You want the government to. So what about the people who are doing the government work, the civil servants too as well, who are struggling hard, those who are the parliamentarians, the MPs, even those in the police service, the prison service and all that? What were they doing for the country? What you were doing, you were just acting 1 week, 2 weeks, you had done. But the police, the military and all that, they are on the road every day. So who needs that benefit more than them? Sometimes they, when you talk, they will say because you have the platform, you are trying to hate them or you are envying them or something. But there are people who need more support than what you are doing. No? There are people who are doing stuff for the country out of free will and all that. The police put themselves at risk every day. But what is their pay? the military, even those in the doctors, the health services. Look at the stuff that we need. We've not even spoken enough about those stuffs because you use them quite one or two be comedian be and please, I'm a comedian myself. I can entertain myself.
So just 2 minutes. What other story do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the Wendy Shea story.
Okay.
Whereby she's talking about, there was a tweet. Almost every female artist in Ghana has a songwriter, but nobody really cares who writes for them. But anytime Wendy Shea drops a hit song, they want to credit everything to the so-called songwriter. So-called, that's an insult. You don't even respect the person who wrote the song for you to tag the person. Even if you added your bit to it, you don't, in as much as people are hating on you, there are certain things you don't give yourself out like that. The songwriting is a skill. Songwriting is a whole business in its own. Even if you coughed and you were in the studio and it gave an inspiration, you are giving credit for it. Even if you wrote the whole verse and somebody just came and said, let's do a rearrangement this way, you are giving credit as a songwriter. So she should understand that in this business, people will criticize you, but don't end up disrespecting the person who also helped you write the song. Because with the whole statement, it's quite unfortunate looking like you're a little bit ignorant about the duty of a songwriter. For you to say a so-called.
Maybe she feels she's not been acknowledged for her efforts. She's been putting in enough to write her own songs.
To say a so-called, whoever was there, even a producer can be a songwriter.
Yeah.
He can be given a credit because one way, when they are listening to your composition, they'll be like, oh, you need to change it this way and that way. So, fine. The criticisms here, when the show will face it, and strongly, she's standing in it. She's been able to last very long, and she's still going to be in the industry for long. So she should understand that it would always come, but sometimes the emotions will get over you because you are putting in the hard work and people are not seeing your efforts. It's really painful. So sometimes you might say certain things, but one way or the other, she puts in effort. She puts in effort because I know this all for you. Because that time I was working with her, I saw the effort in that song. At least I was able to see that. So yeah, I understand the purpose, the problem whereby people are not really acknowledging her to be a good singer and or a good songwriter and all that. Because there's this song too, Mama. There's this song she released, Mama. Yeah, it was a kind of Mother's Day song. She wrote part of the song, but it's not something that she's been talking about a lot. So I feel she should rather more often also talk about it, like the songs. Because if you check her first album, The Shea on You, yeah, she had credit on the songs that she wrote as well. So if she could also project that more, people won't come bashing her that somebody wrote the song and all that. It's not always Bullet who can write all the songs for her.
Okay, we will go for a quick break, and then when we come back, we will talk about who really a legend is. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back to Bloggers Forum, and before we go on, we want to discuss who really a legend is in the entertainment industry. But let me read the story. It's on GhanaWeb.com, so you can find it there. Never compare Dr. Likey to me. I'm a legendary, Lil Wayne. That's what Lil Wayne is saying. It is no doubt that Ras Nene has taken over social media with his comic skits, which have earned him praises from some individuals. To many, he held the movie industry down when it was in shambles, but it appears Lil Wayne thinks otherwise. According to the Kumawood actor, Kojon Cancer Lil Wayne, Ghanaians should stop comparing him to Ras Nene because they are not of the same level when it comes to achievements. He made mention this in an interview with Zion Felix. Let me see what he wrote. There is a difference between a movie star and a YouTube star. It is impossible to cross boundaries. For instance, I will continue to be a star until I die. My record is unbeatable. I have set a very high standard, and that will be difficult to break. I have over 2,000 movies to my credit. Don't challenge a legend. Zeda.
Well,
the comparison is now between a YouTube star and then...
Dr. Likey is not a YouTube star, quite
Yes.
unfortunately. He's been in the Kumewood movie industry, but most of the roles he was playing, he was either playing a gangster
Yes.
or a criminal or a drug addict in the bush. In some, you don't watch Kumewood there?
I watch.
Why?
Even the name Rasnene.
Rasnene.
No,
So,
I watch in buses.
so he's been there for a long while
Yes.
now, but God being so good, it was through these skits that was able to. And at that time, the hair was bushy. If you look at his old pictures, he didn't have the sakura.
Yeah.
It was the rasta that he had, and he was able to change, and he's doing these skits and all that. I don't want to sound like, quote unquote, a hater of Rasnene, but his skits are too long. His skits are too long. So if you want to do a comparison between Likey and Lil Wayne, I'm like, yeah, just work. Because when you watch a Lil Wayne movie, every scene is funny. Even when he's serious, he's funny. If you want to write down the number of movies he's done, it's uncountable. You get me? Somebody trending now, okay, doesn't make the person a legend. At all, at all, at all. You are trending. It is your time. Enjoy it. But if we put the movies down, let's line them up. What are the movies you've done? How long have you been doing the movies? Let's look at the whole stretch. This whole Kumewood's time. I can say at least, if I'm even wrong, at least I know Lil Wayne has done movies close to 5 years or even 10.
Yeah.
Dr. Likey was just playing minor roles and all that. You get me? So it is not because currently he's gaining all the attraction and all that, so you're going to do the Lil Wayne comparison. Fine, if maybe it's a hyper, if it's a hype to bring Kumewood back, we are in this business. We understand the traits of it, you see, But I'm even surprised there's this friction between them because there's this video from Medical, Accra. Likey was making a call to Lil Wayne on his set in the bush somewhere. So I was trying to understand, where from those whole fight? So if they are trying to do some whole trendy and all that just to get us talking so as they will drop something, yeah, fair enough. But Lil Wayne and Likey is like a wrong comparison totally. Because the comedy aspect alone, Lil Wayne can even be a stand-up comedian and Dr. Likey won't even fit. You get me? Lil Wayne is way, way ahead of him. But maybe I feel Ahomaswa Kakra and Lil Wayne wants Likey to humble himself, no man rules and Likey to doesn't want to.
Likey's established though.
Likey's not established.
His name, Rasnene, is already established.
Comedy skits, YouTube and ambition. You won't watch in VVIP bus. You won't watch it. If you are popular, let's put you in VVIP bus. It is going that crap.
In the movies, he is known as Rasnene.
Rasnene. The movies are here. How many series now when you're pen drive? Movies are in when you're pen drive, so special VVIP bus.
Really?
Please. Oh, please. You've not been to Kumasi more than me. Me, Kumasi, my born a triangle, Kumasi Accra Takrade. The Chinsa. So your movies are not in the VVIP bus. Even the Sprinter. The tools, oh no, your movies are not in there. It's only we who are on the internet who are watching the comedy skits on them. And even the skits, there's always this comment, you just see only maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds. You don't see the full part of it. But when you sit down and watch a Lil Wayne movie, yeah, you see that here, there's an actor, Onimejumano, like Jimmy and Yadiatino, so he should calm down. This is his time. He should enjoy it. At least with me, I could buy a crab. Uncle America, maybe Uncle UK, Uncle Europe, Uncle Chinchin Kakra. But on Yabotre, Lil Wayne is well established. Lil Wayne doesn't even use script. Oh my God. He doesn't even use. I've been on the set countless number of times. I was like, how are they able to know that Wayne? Because they only be like, Wayne, I just saw Wayne seal. And he would talk, so I was like, Nanina, I'm trauma. No. and it fits perfectly. He doesn't go overboard, he doesn't overdo it. So I don't know, maybe he should just pick a few stuff from him and just make himself better. But legendary, dear, Lowen is there.
Is the legend, yeah. Nanekia, do you think so?
I didn't know one could bestow legendary level on their own self. I honestly didn't know that though. I thought society would bestow that on you and not the other way. But okay, since we are here, let's talk about it. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to make the comparison between Ras Nene and Lewen about what's funny and what's... I just think that Lewen over the years has been able to influence the industry or a generation of actors who, when you even watch movies, they sort of, is it impersonate or mimic or sort of Lewen, like you see Lewen traits in them. There are people like that, and to me that is legacy enough to want for me to bestow the legendary status on you. However, when you look at it critically, that thing of Lewen started from Ejaku. So I cannot sit here and call Lewen and Ejaku a legend when they are basically doing the same thing that I know who started first. Do you understand? So then I would take the, let's say, music industry. I would put a Kwade there as a legend because he influenced a generation of musicians who wanted to sound like him. When you take the rap industry to, there are people who want to sound like a particular person. That person is a legend. When you take the reggae dancer, there is one person who has influenced a generation of artists who want to sound like him. He is a legend. When you take the movie industry, you can't, there's no way I can pick Lewen over Ejaku and put Lewen legendary over Ejaku. Yes, Lewen has a catalog though. He has a lot of movies to his credit that Likey does not have. But is he a legend? Is his act influencing a generation as Ejaku? Because I feel like he is part of Ejaku's generation.
Maybe we have to talk about what criteria can we look out for to say this person is a legend.
I just said it. Somebody's sorry. When Kumawood Brofo has entered. A legend is someone, someone I would bestow the legendary title on is somebody whose craft or behavior or something about him has influenced a whole generation to be like him. Which is why I case the point with Kwade. At a point, even now for me, it's like Kwade. Do you get it? If you take, let's say, I know what you're saying, because you say that I did not for Sack. Let's talk.
Say it and be free.
Sack, you take a lot of these young rappers, they are all sounding like Sack. Their cadence, their flow, their progression, everything like Sack. You take the reggae dancer, Shatawale. These boys, see, I'm a host for this a show at Crates Lounge called the Superstar Night, where young artists come and then they want to perform and on. It's not easy. See, when Stonebwoy said he, Sack and Shatta will reign for 40 years, they didn't understand they will reign for 40 years. Because they have influenced a generation of new artists who are sounding like them. So until somebody breaks that chain for new people to sound like him, there's no way they will fade. 40 years to don't be. No, it's true. So I don't know the generation Lewen has been able to influence that much. Maybe me cook must be break. Maybe me not be cook must say. But like the Lewen I know is more of a photocopy of Ejaku, only better though. Like he's really funny. So to say compare Ras Nene to him is an unfair comparison, I must say. That let's establish it. But to give him a legendary status to is an overhype to me. That is it. Because really, Lewen has done the job. And I feel like for Lewen, when you take the craft, well, you know what, it doesn't even matter because everybody has their downsides anyways. Yeah. You can't use the fact that he's petty to judge or to ruin his hard works and then the catalog. He is there. However, I don't think he putting the legendary status on himself. Because if you're saying, how about Grace Omabo?
No, the whole thing is because they are trying to do that comparison with
like
that's how come.
Yeah, but that comparison is unfair. And that's what is Ghana crowd is wrong with us. When somebody is trending now, you want to compare. You want to mark somebody's hard work.
Just like y'all talk. When I started comparing Sarkodie, I was like, how? You like, see, compare the why?
Give me 10 years. Let Lewin leave the movie industry now, and give me 10 years where Rastana is actively, not passively, in the movie industry. Then I can compare their work and say, you know what, this person could be more legendary than the other. But if not, and if I give him 10 years and Lewin is still in the game 10 years, Antono.
I think Yaudabo and Kofi Ishraba. Yeah, they disagree with Mumi and Uma session.
Yeah,
this is what I don't. This is what Yaudabo is saying. Dr. Likey has arrived. He's currently on top. The world is evolving, and because he puts his craft on YouTube, people think he's just a YouTube star. But every star is a star, and everything evolves around social media. That is Dabo.
Every star
so
is
he
a
wants
star.
Lewin to accept that this is Dr. Likey's time.
Oh, but what is wrong accepting that it's someone's time? Now me, I started blogging. There are younger bloggers coming. They are more energetic than me. Should I hate them that? No, it is a time. But my connect I have, you can't get it that easily. Because the places Lewin will be able to enter. Because the people I meet and they tell me, they are not popular people. They are like, oh, I have a connect to Lewin. Those in the marketing industry and all that. I was like, oh, okay. There are certain places Lewin will be able to enter. There are certain things you'll be able to get within a snap of a finger. Raslene, it's not about currently, Obia show videos, you are trending and all that. We need now. Fine, we accept it. You're more platform, no, but you're no more harder than we know. Lewin is doing a lot of productions in the background that he has not even released it. And I know there are a lot of TV channels who are already begging him, so Fabra a channel. Nene wo the YouTube TV channel Benny.
YouTube is a global platform.
YouTube is a global platform. How many of our parents watch YouTube on a regular? They are always watching TV. They are always watching the local channels. So if it's not their son or daughter who will buy them the Android phone, the TV there, but you're making sure so better TV, no, they would always find a local channel. You are always on the internet, so don't center all your focus there. What about those who are in the villages who go to, they go to the farm on a regular, then they finally got in electricity in their homes, and finally their son from Accra brings a TV. You think they'll bring them a smart TV? The internet in the age here. They will bring them the normal TV. The normal TV that will get you the local channels. And they won't tune into the channel that will speak English. Brofna, how are you? I'm fine. And no. Open your becan tree, your becan fancy, your becan cry. Like, yo, these are the kind of things they want to. So let's not sit on the internet and overhype everything. Even those who are abroad, they even stream the local channels. So what are you saying? YouTube is global into the end. They always want to find the channels that are showing the local content. So they have YouTube. The internet is unlimited to them, but they are still looking for the local stuff. So which one are you saying? Because it's time, because YouTube star. Now you see a YouTube echo of 5 minutes and say then I'll start on the one. No.
Rasnene is not bigger on YouTube than Lewin. That notion is so wrong. It's not even true. Lewin had a YouTube channel that was almost hitting how many hundreds of subscribers in a mobility because and then in less than a week he built the same magnitude of YouTube. That guy is powerful on YouTube. If there's any Kumawood actor aside Mark Brown that is powerful on YouTube, Rasnene on to tell away. Oh, the TV, YouTube. Never. It's not possible. You shouldn't even think about it. Lewin, see, Rasnene is a breakthrough. Lewin is a success.
Okay.
That is the conversation here. He has broken through. Lewin has been successful. Having constant breakthroughs is always successful. You get it? You can't compare. You cannot, in no universe, compare Lewin's magnitude on YouTube to Ras Nene, even at this point. It's not possible. Lewin at the other two are never channel YouTube neither trending exploit the hobby because Lewin is that powerful. You know, Lewin actually has a whole production for YouTube alone. I know Kranko TV so when we are talking about YouTube, he doesn't have that power than Lewin on even YouTube. No, it's not true. So I don't even know. And as I said, one is a breakthrough, one is a success.
No, but it's always people in the media like who are always like fueling all this stuff because the person is growing. Like COVID nebo rasnene. Nanka by this time ye ni muna obi etwa sene na ye production COVID nebo ano. Everything is coming back to normal. We are getting people to be meeting in places. We are getting productions done and all that. In CCA, you just was okay. Then I send you why breakthrough style produce a movie back on the entire.
You know, let me add something to this thing. What he said about the media fueling such conversations is quite tragic and catastrophic to the artists. No, it's true. No, wait a minute. And then I promise myself not to speak anymore. It's my first time. Next time, I'll bring my dictionary. No, you see, what we keep doing when we want to compare breakthrough artists to people who have sort of found their feet in the spaces that we sort of bring a barrier between them so much so that now Lewin is going to protect his turf, his connections. That's one advice he could have given to Nene for him to reach his level or make it. That is what we do to the people. We kill the industry. We kill the industry.
Media kills the industry.
That is true. Because then, now that you are even here making this very, very unfair comparison, do you think if Lewin and Rastene sit on the table and he has an advice or a link that can put him to the next level, he will do that? He wouldn't do that. But quite unfortunate, we need that conversation to happen so that we can build that universe of stars. Aboche, Hollywood, Omudoso, Beba, Bebre, Sugana. Because we keep making it feel like the breakthroughs are bigger than them. So if you are bigger, be big. Let me also be big in my corner. That is a problem. The media, we are being unfair to these artists. We should stop.
Moving forward, still on the legendary discussion. So we have another story on GhanaWeb.com, and the headline is "Stop calling me a legend. I haven't reached there yet at all." Kofi Kinata begs. Multiple award-winning artist Kofi Kinata has emphasized that he doesn't think he's gotten to the level in the music industry to be called a legend. I don't think I deserve to be called a legend for now because there are greater things ahead that I need to accomplish, Kofi Kinata said in an interview.
I should go, eh? Yes. Okay, so Ghana has a more legendary station, so he has found a trick. Once they start calling you legend, know that the next conversation, he knows it. He knows it. He knows that once they start calling you a legend, they are trying to retire you. Fans will bring Ghana a hero. In this Ghana, fans will bring a hero. So when I did it, hey, you are lying. You are lying. It is true. Sometimes fans put us in certain positions that gives us unnecessary pressure that we cannot even live up to. And for him to redeem himself, I'm proud of him. Because it's all the legend. So now I feel more money soon on Twitter. Oh, legend. Something for the voice. Do you get it? So he just wants you to know now that, you know what, when I reach that status in life, I mean, you can't be a legend when your pocket is not legendary. Come on. I mean, if you tell me I'm popular, I'm telling you that my pocket doesn't show popularity right now. Do you get it? I just feel like he knows his place. He knows his level. He trusts the process and he knows the pace he's going. So he won't let him jump when he's not there. Giving him legendary, and then we'll call what's his name? TK Mensa, or they go to what?
I think somewhere in 2019, Obrafo, or is it Obrafo, yes. Or no, so he declined to be described as a legend.
I think he wasn't quick enough, because as soon as they declared him, they put him He should have been quick like Kinata.
But looking at Obrafo's achievements...
Oh yeah, I mean, you can call Obrafo a legend.
You can.
You can't call him a legend. However, Kinata said, baby, I may call me, baby, I may do no legendary, so don't put it on me. Else, trust me. Which is why if you're a lady and you're watching, please keep your age off social media, because after a certain age, you'll start saying, those kind of things, it's like they are tracking you. They have these unrealistic projections for artists. God, for you, we have these unrealistic projections for artists. Today, I've started to start calling, hey, this girl, she be the best, she be the this. Next 2 years, oh crap. Like, you get it, that is our nature. So for him, knowing his journey and knowing his pace, he won't let him jump things unrealistically, knowing where he is. No, he's done well.
Kofi Kinata, he was more of a rapper, and he joined the high life scene with the singing. Ask yourself, how many albums has he even released? How many sales has he made when it comes to physical copies of CDs, when it comes to streams? Numbers in the cry saying 100 million withdrew.
Please, I won't answer.
He hasn't even gotten to 100 million streams alone. I'm not talking about which one, Audiomack. No. I'm not talking about Audiomack. I want something like Apple Music or Spotify. That is where the money is.
The paying platforms.
Audiomack, they know it's free. Jara. It's for those who like doing Father Christmas stuff. He hasn't really gotten those numbers. And look at his catalogs. Look at the songs that he has. He's done a lot of features with a lot of people. But the recognition, it drew him. How many people even in Ghana know about Kofi Kinata for you to call him a legend? And Accra Takrade Kumasi na Ghana, no?
Yeah, in the music industry, yes.
No, in the music industry. But if you look on the map itself, it goes way beyond. It goes to all the 16 regions. Every artist has a plan. Every artist has a projection that they want to see themselves in. He hasn't done even international. The only feature he's done is with Pato Rankin. Yeah, so far, and apart from that, I haven't seen anything else. So for people to start legend, like woman fans, my I say no, but that is not enough. And quite unfortunately too, when people start that thing, it's something to get into your head to make you feel comfortable and relaxed. When you allow that thing to get into you, you forget where you are going. You just enjoy the hype, and you start churning out lazy stuffs. Lazy content.
Yeah, because
you feel, you're a legend. So then that means anything I bring out, they would accept it. So you can just even cough and spit. Excuse my language. Cough and spit on the microphone and just record it and feel, people are going to know. It is quite a way to also like bring you down, unfortunately. If you really know yourself well, if they are calling you a legend, and you, Ankasa, you know that you are not. You, Ankasa, you watch yourself, you know the stuff that you are doing. And if you compare it to your colleagues in other continents, look at the level that they've reached. You can legend, MJ Moon, like those stuff that they've done, the awards that they've won, Grammy, Beyonce crying friend legend, Pusa. Now, you're from legend or Ghana, because Oberbo show no in yanko for 3,000, 4,000. No more bani helu. Oberko Instagram now we could see now when you're 10,000 comments and way. So you think, how many deals have you signed? What impact have you even brought onto the community? Ujai in your crisis.
Kinata has
no. Ujai in your bosses here. What will be the conversation about? Would you vanish just like that?
I'm not sure Kenyatta will vanish.
It's not just like that too. You know, this are Ghana no. Retire, retire. Hold on. Retire, retire. Once they don't hear from you one or two now, hey, wabre, we hardly play our songs back to back like that. We are always looking for new music to play and other people's songs to play. I don't want to mention any country before they come and attack me, but one way or the other, you need to understand that you know where you are going to, you know your direction. there are certain things they are just said to get into your head, just to sway you away from your direction.
So do you think Kinata was being modest with his response?
Of course, because he knows the impact that he can have with his craft. Because switching from someone who is a rapper to high life is not that easy.
He's very strategic in releasing his songs.
Good. So
anytime Biaso releases a song, no,
so he knows the direction that he's going towards. So he wouldn't allow certain words to sway him off his direction. Because hey, when you say signing in age, and he knows it's a long journey. Only 30 people.
Sir, are you privy to his age?
I won't mention it.
But you just did.
I said he's not. I haven't mentioned exactly. He's not. So he has a long journey ahead. He has a larger impact to give on the young ones. The way when I was coming, the Uber I took, the driver was playing a lot of the songs, and there were certain songs I could hear different people, and I was like, hey. Then he's also having his impact one way or the other. So I'm sure he wants to also prove a point that one day somebody too will get to the next level and mention that, oh, Kufikra ne saw Mensa. You get me? Those are the kind of things that you can mention that where you say, where they make us say. But currently, it's not enough, and there's more money to be made in the business, even though there's no money. So
who are some of the legends in the entertainment industry, both music, movie, that okay.
Pat Thomas.
Amachi
Dede,
David Lumba,
Grace Omabo.
Hey, let me go to theater. Eddie Nam, Atachi.
Those are legendary because
the laboratory, they are the legends.
Pascal and Edwards.
Hold on, I'm coming. The laboratory.
But Pascal was acting with Eddie Nam.
Question mark.
And then what happened?
Question mark. I read a story. I read a story on Ghana where she was sabotaged once and all that.
I could say Japan. All these people, I'm sorry to those I can't mention, but
those are because check your catalogs, if you look at where they've been to, like the places they've been able to explore with their music. I recently, someone was saying something about you see these Nane Champo and that Dumbadia song. They're mixing a machine and you chrome how instruments near bo original near bo
Lumba craft, sorry. Lumba, the Champon brothers, and all. You see, he mentioned something about, you said, was he being modest? He wasn't being modest, he was being honest. Actually, because then the point is that he doesn't have to hold somebody's hands for us to say, oh, I want you. Your song on its own should be able to do the magic. There should be people who will give testimonies. That way, in your mom, you see, and now waste all I'm copying and then drew how. Until he gets those kind of testimonies, he wouldn't jump the broom and say, what, I am a legend, or agree to be. He's not being modest. No, he's not. He's being honest. And no credit. Candid though, candid, but it's the truth. That is the conversation.
I know you really enjoyed this week's discussion on Bloggers Forum, but before we go, Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken. One cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 13 3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza your way. And now Ekuya Tilly
Ekuya nipa
Tilly Ekuya,
but it's fun watching you juggle.
It's been fun having you here on Bloggers Forum.
Thank you.
Tilly, your final remarks.
It's nice to be here actually. I come here, but my boss sits here. So today I'm in this chair. Yeah, I would like to touch some few seconds on the D Black conversation to Kojo Sheldon. I mean, the reason why Kojo Sheldon is honored in the space is because of the deficiency in our media. Basically that, which is why he has a voice, or which is why his voice has become some form of influence, because the media in general, we are failing to do our work. We are all going the TMC way. Hey, this person did this. Dr. Laiki has not greeted the way, those kind of things. How about putting premium on the other parts of their work? Fortunately for Kojo Sheldon, he has found a way of doing something different. He puts premium on the lyrics, which is what genius they do outside there. So now, on money they were sharing on the say lyrics no or the premium so it is nice for the youth. Because generally all they hear in the media is this lady has slept with this lady, you get it? Which is all the lady are told. They interviews like that, panel interviews, that kind of things. So he is doing something different. If we are going to open ourselves up, learn, and also put premium on things that are important to the artist, Kojo Sheldon will always have a voice. He is here to stay because the media wants to be one way, he wants to be different. So if there's somebody who is going to put premium on shoes or sneakers, like the way Complex do, somebody who is going to put premium on other things, you know, people will start seeing that voice as an authority. Now, Kojo Sheldon has a voice because we, the media, we didn't do our job. So yes, he has the right to say whatever he wants to say to D-Black because the media fails D-Black. Your final remarks?
So one way or the other, when we go about our duty in this business, D-Black, I want to go back to D-Black's issue about the artist management being a thankless job. It might look discouraging to other people who want to invest in this business because they will feel like, oh, if somebody who has been in it for more than 10, 15 years is saying that it's a thankless job, then that means if I tend to invest in it, you get me? Fine, maybe he's speaking from a point of pain or whatever he has been through and all that. But one way or the other, too, you should understand, human beings are always going to be human beings. They are going to be bad humans, they are going to be good humans. He's not complete, but hey, he should understand. It is a human nature. Oh yeah, but is he perfect?
Why are
He's
you
not.
Your
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, because he should understand. There are good people, there are bad people. On one label, there was a coup d'etat, and people left the label. So he should understand. In as much as he has a platform, no, it shouldn't be a source of discouragement to other people who are coming. He's been doing a good job, great job. Currently, and all that. So he should keep up the good work. I know it's not easy to get all those kind of discouragements and all that, but just as he has a platform, no, he should keep on encouraging us because I see him doing wonderful things. I see him do exciting things. He's going on a tour and he doesn't go alone. He makes sure wherever he's going, there will be certain things to show. So that is what he's doing. What he's doing is also impacting me because I'm also learning. So I have not been able to tweet at him and say thank you. But at least I am here. I'm able to let other people know that, yo, this man is also... So he's saying it's a thankless job. I'm thankful for what he's doing for his artists. I'm also learning from him. So you should understand, there are good people and bad people. So it's not everybody who will go and be ungrateful.
I know, sir, we all had fun today. The person you just listened to is known as Kofi Zeda, a publicist. Onyeni Paketwa Sao. Asaya road manager, and then he's the founder and owner of GhanaWeb.com. And me and my sister here.
But me did, mommy.
Silly Epia Nipa. She's a presenter at oneplayafrica.com. I know you are wondering, another brand power. Your managing editor, Mr. Odro, say, why ye Juma finimunyi na into uncle leave. That is why you are not seeing a brand here. My name is Benis Owusua Oparijan. And you see I'm better than Muma a brand. See you another time.
one of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Mostly, I call my condition a blessing in disguise because it made me find myself more. I'm not limited just by the walls of the hospital. My voice goes everywhere in the world.
What deterred you from joining their record label? What was the issue?
It wasn't really an issue. I had to go on a break, a health break, and all that. So considering the break and everything around me, I felt I shouldn't sign because it was going to
come with a lot of responsibility.
Yes, exactly. So I just had to pull out.
How do you write your songs?
Okay, how I write my songs. Mostly I get my songs when I'm having morning devotion or I'm in the bathhouse, just lying down, the song just drops. Sometimes I can just be having a conversation with somebody and then I start singing. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days you have held me in your hand.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire